What's going on, Conscious Crew? Your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another episode of the Consciouztv platform. Baby, we got to get into breaking news, girl. I don't know why I feel like girl, it's starting to feel like Groundhog Day. God damn. But you see what we're here to get into, girl. We got to talk about it. Before we do so, please thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. Thumbing up the video not only helps YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another country's crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. All right. So whether you're part of the replay gang, whether you're active with me in real time in these streets, or you are a bush baby, run me those likes. They don't cost you nothing. Speaking of not costing you nothing, you can also support the King on Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv, spelled just how it is here on the platform. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, please share the stream out to whatever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you and Fat Lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Man, the news is newsing so much, I don't even know what the hell to do. I can't even keep my head on straight. You guys know what we're here to get into. Before we get into this breaking news, I have not read what's going on. You guys know we just got off of a live stream getting into all of today's shenanigans in the Diddy trial. Miss Cassie Ventura entered the group chat, girl, and my God, was it a mouthful? Cassie will be taking a stand for the rest of the week. She is up to be cross-examined tomorrow. And it's just going to be a lot going on. You guys know who is joining me is one of my moderators / content creators out here on these streets, Uda on Go. Make sure that you guys subscribe to him. I have all of his information in the description box below. He has been giving us roots from the ground coverage on his platform, as well as coming over here, girl, and laying out his notes line by line. So he will be here again tomorrow to report on day 3 at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you guys for supporting he and I. You guys are absolutely amazing. And speaking of amazeballs, shout out to the 53.4K. All right, we going up in this mother. All right, teamwork make the dream work. So shout out to all of the new Conscious Crew members. Also, what I want to do is give a little disclaimer. I really don't know how many times I have to say this, and I'm going to say it in the most respectful, non-problematic way that I can really say it. Some of these folk who appear to be using social media for the first time have no idea, apparently, that when you are a part of the replay gang and you have the luxury and the liberty of catching a live stream after the fact, and you get to come back in the comment section and have full access to the live chat as well as the content itself, that you also have the ability to fast forward through the intro. It is very hard to imagine that anyone over the age of 18 who utilizes a phone and social media have no idea that content can be fast forwarded, it can be paused, it can be sped up, it can be sped down. I say all that to say that I don't give a fuck about how you feel about the length of my intro. Okay, I am a live streamer. My intro is meant to be as long as I decide it will be per stream, because it gives my subscribers the opportunity to get notified, to get settled in. It gives them time to like, to comment, and to share out on multiple platforms before we get started. Everything that I do here is for the sake and the growth of the platform. I don't even have to really explain that, because once again, when you are a part of the replay crew, you get to bypass all of the beginning shenanigans. So help yourself to fast forwarding. Okay, that would be the arrow pointing to your right when you're looking at your phone or you are looking at the content on your laptop. Just press the screen and you will see a triangle. You will see an equal sign pointed horizontally, and it'll give you options, to move that thing up, move that thing back, and you can get to whatever part of the screen you deem necessary for your consuming pleasure. Okay? Now, that was about as nice as I'm going to be able to be about it. Because what I've been doing before giving out this disclaimer is I just be blocking motherfuckers. Okay, I don't even bother responding to asinine, stupid-ass inquiries that should be common sense. Because if you don't know that you have a fast-forward feature on your phone and on YouTube, you need not to even be on YouTube. You sound like you're not even old enough to possess a personal cellular device. Okay? Now, let's move it along. Y'all's favorite live streaming, rapping, hip-hoppity, Rock Nation-y ass couple, apparently, girl, is in the motherfucking news, bitch. And you know what? At this point, I'm just gonna need Halle and DDG to just, bitch, divorce socially. DDG, just go have you another baby. Halle, go have you another baby. And y'all just give Halo to the Obamas, girl, okay? Just chop him up as a do-over baby, because I don't know what the hell has transpired, but it seems like ever since DDG and Halle have had a child, it's actually just brought out the worst of their damn relationship. And they've been headlining, honestly, for all of the wrong damn reasons. Well, apparently Halle has gotten a restraining order against Twitch streamer, YouTuber, and rapper DDG. Now, you guys know we was reporting all up and through their business earlier this year and last year, because there were some custody issues, and DDG was feeling away about not being able to really see his child the way that he affords Halle to see Halo. He made claims that when Halle and Halo got sick, that he was not allowed to support his child and to care for his kid, even though he had drove hours out of his way after being given permission by the person who acts as a mediator between himself and Halle to come over to the home. And then once he got there, claimed that Halle went into a fit of rage, she kicked him out, etc. And then he also divulged the fact that he doesn't, even when it's his week to have Halo, doesn't even get a full 72 hours alone with Halo, because Halle infringes upon that time and she comes over to the house and she's there for the remainder of the time. He said this does not work mutually when it's Halle's week. When it's her week, he's not allowed to come over and intrude upon her time with Halo. But when it's his week, he accommodates Halle, etc. Now, it was to a point where at some point he claimed that she also just completely withheld Halo, and he was threatening to take her ass to court and to custody court. He said he did not have to want to do that because there were things about Halle that he would have to address as a result of bringing the matter to court that he felt wouldn't play out and work out well for Halle. So he didn't want to have to get the courts involved, but felt like he had to come and make a social plea to get access to his kid and threaten getting the courts involved against his better judgment and will over something he feels they both have the capacity to be amicable about. Well, apparently that worked, bitch. Because, you know, he was back with Halle, everything was fine, and then after he used social media to put some fire beneath Halle's ass, he told us to back the fuck off and to mind our goddamn business after forcing us into the group damn chat. Well, now we're back in the group chat because Halle allegedly has filed a restraining order, and she has been granted a restraining order against DDG, alleging that she's been attacked and she's been abused. Now, before we get into the details via TMZ, what's ironic about this is I just saw something in my algorithm on Instagram a few days ago of DDG speaking somewhere. I don't know whether he was on his own live stream or he was on a podcast, but he was kind of once again complaining about not seeing Halle. But this time, apparently, it had to do with Halle and Chloe's recent vacation that Halle was featured on, and apparently she took him to St. Peter's or some damn island, some body of water, some damn lagoon somewhere outside of the U.S. jurisdiction, and he was feeling away because they had a parental agreement that neither one of them would take Halle outside of the U.S., that he would remain on U.S. soil until, I guess, however age he got. But apparently she pooched on through somewhere that he felt was outside of the custody agreement between he and her, and he felt the way he felt like this was the shit he be talking about, where it seems like she is the one dictating everything and she can bend and contort the rules to her liking, but you know, he has to stick to a regiment, etc. It was a mess. I think she came back and corrected it and said she was somewhere because apparently she claimed she made a grammatical error either in when she spoke or when she wrote the post and the picture of her and Halle and Chloe was out. She came back and corrected and said, oh no, I wasn't there, I was here. Girl, I don't know what the hell going on, girl, okay? I just need them to give Halle to the Obamas. And then they both go start over with new babies, okay? To discharge Halle to a child that was meant to be integrated into the Obama's family. That was the purpose of them conceiving, girl, that they did not know that they were surrogates for the Obama's, girl. And then they just go start over again, baby, because something about this child, girl, I don't know whether, girl, for all I know, Halle is giving omen teas, girl, okay, baby? I don't know what you over there doing to your parents, Halle, girl. But you got your parents on demon time, baby. They out here fighting and restraining orders and exposing Rock Nation and all the Beyonce business, baby. They got it going the fuck on, child. Now, we have seen those little contentious ass expressions from Halle, girl, okay? He out here screaming in the mirror. He out here tensing up and trying to charge up like a damn Dragon Ball Z character and shit at his reflection, girl. He already popping the fuck out of DDG and uppercutting his ass, girl. I'm starting to think that Halle is really one of them sweet and sour ass manifestations, girl. He got this damn strong ass polarity happening, child. And as he grow older, it's just drawing up all of the evil and darkness out of everybody around him, girl. Let me find out that Halle is a damn infinity stone, girl, okay? And he's meant to just invoke the truth out of everybody's ass, and not everybody tied up in goddamn court and Halle and both DDG about to get damn deported to El Salvador. Let's get into this breakdown via TMZ. Okay. Right. Look at the fucking name, Halo. I can see your halo. Halos illuminate, girl. Okay. So this baby girl is literally by design, by principle, by core nature, is illuminating all of the dark crevices, girl, of everybody's life and bringing the truth everybody been trying to conceal about themselves, about their relationships, about their families into the broad of light, girl. They done fucked around and found the fuck out by bringing forth the damn savior in the family, girl, who meant to testify and bear witness to the damn truth, girl. So let's get into Miss TMZ, girl. This is crazy. Courtesy of TMZ, child, Halle Bailey claims that DDG abused and attacked her multiple times, gets restraining order. Halle Bailey says that she's had enough of DDG allegedly abusing her. She's filed a police report, and now she wants court-ordered protection from the father of her child, TMZ has learned. And docs, oh wow, you guys, there are pictures here. Jesus. I'm going to have to show these pictures after I read this doc, girl. It looked like there's bruising on her arm. And docs filed Tuesday in LA. She claims things first got physical back in January. They broke up back in October. And Halle says DDG came over to pick up their son, Halo, and she tried to start a combo with the rapper about a child visitation schedule. As she was buckling Halo into the car seat, she claimed DDG grew agitated and repeatedly said, quote, "Get out of my car, bitch." Halle says the baby was crying, and she got nervous about DDG leaving with him in such an agitated state. That's when they allegedly started wrestling, with DDG pulling her hair, slamming her face on his steering wheel, and chipping her tooth. Halle says she was in pain, crying, and although that stopped the fighting, she was still worried about Halo. So she remained in the car for the ride over to DDG's house, where she told his family what had happened. And she does provide a picture of her chipped front tooth. Once they told her they'd take care of the baby, she left hysterical and with bruises on her arms to go along with her chipped tooth. She attached photos of her alleged injuries in her request for a restraining order. She also alleges that DDG creeped her out in March when he showed up at her home, entered without permission, went to her bedroom, and texted a pic of Haley's empty bed to her, along with the text, quote, "Now I know what you've been on, LOL." Halle says she interpreted the text as DDG accusing her of having sex with other people. 4 days later, she claims he really exploded when he came back to her house. Halle told him she and the baby were sick. Okay, this is the situation I just told you about. And she didn't want Halo to leave home. And she claims that when he got verbally abusive, that's when he got verbally abusive, smashed her Ring camera, and ran away with Haley's phone. As he drove off, she claims DDG threw the phone out of his window and yelled to her, quote, "Go get it, bitch." The incident prompted Halle to go file a police report, and she says she also has Ring footage to back up her side of the story. It was also around this time that DDG claimed on X that he'd been, quote, fighting to see Halo for months. Okay, and now we also have screenshots of DDG apparently confronting Halle over Brent Fayez, the guy that she's purportedly dating. I'm going to show all of this stuff as well, you guys. For Halle, though, the final straw came just last weekend when she said she was vacationing with Halo and her sister in St. Lucia. She says DDG texted her links to social media posts claiming she was on the island with singer Brent Fayez. Halle replied, quote, "Not with any man out here. I wouldn't do that. I have Halo. Please let me enjoy my Mother's Day in peace. I hope you are okay and feel better." The judge granted Halle a domestic violence restraining order requiring DDG to stay 100 yards away and gave her permission to take nearly 18-month-old Halo to Italy, where she'll be filming a movie for 2 months. DDG has to stop posting or streaming about her and their child. Halle claims her ex has been whipping his fans into a frenzy by trashing her when he live streams. We've reached out to DDG's camp. No word back yet. Baby, this is some interesting shit. Let me get these pictures ready for you guys. I want to show you guys the exhibits. Girl, and like I said, it feels like Groundhog Day because, you know, it reminds me of the Keke Palmer and Darius situation. Hold on, y'all. Let me show y'all this. Shout out to the 351. Please, you guys, run those likes up, run those likes up, run those likes up. We need all those likes. The Kang is Kangin'. All right, so here are the things. Okay, these screenshots are supposed to be of DDG confronting her over taking Halo out of the country to be with her new man, Britt. Okay, it says here pretty much confirms that Halle. Okay, so she said he was sending her screenshots of posts on social media trending that Halle was out of the country with her man. I believe wherever she was supposed to be is where her boyfriend is from, his hometown, wherever it was, or he was on vacation at the same time in this location. And he captions the headlines with "This is foul, bet." Okay, that was sent on Sunday. I don't know who the fuck this is a picture of. I guess it's a picture of Brett. Okay, so he's sending her more screenshots. One of the headlines reads, "DDG can't see his son because Halle took Halo to go be with Britt Fayez in St. Lucia. Treacherous." Okay, so he's sending her all of the trending headlines going on. He then says, "You think you hurting my feelings when you really just ruining your own image. This is a terrible look. Makes you look disgusting and evil. Enjoy your vacation. Happy Mother's Day. But just have the same energy when it's my turn to have him." Okay? Muscle emoji. I'm on the same shit. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. My God, today. Okay. Now, she also alleges that during one of these incidents of him coming to pick up Halo, that he flew into a fit of rage as a result of her questioning him over custody over a visitation schedule. Claims that he slammed her head into his steering wheel, which I'm trying to figure out, how did she get from buckling Halo into the back seat to the front car driver's side? She got her tooth chipped, and then these are bruising here. Some of you may be new here. So, I'm going to have to provide some context before I say what I'm about to say. Let me see something. Hold on. I need to find something on my channel. I need to find something on my channel, and I cannot do that via phone. So let me do it manually. You guys run those likes up. Shout out to all of the new folk. Let me see here. I need the terminology. Supposed to have keep the sun up a good image. You missed this on. Enmeshment. All right, that's what I was looking for. So let me explain, because I know some of you guys are very new with getting an influx of new subscribers. So I've been keeping up with the DDG Halle drama since it's been playing out ever since they got sick, and he did his videos exposing the fact that she's being territorial and she's being unreasonable when it comes to Halo and da-da-da-da-da. Okay? I had a Conscious crew member come and introduce a concept to us that really explained a lot. And I'm not going to play all the receipts. You guys can just go back on my channel and type in DDG or type in Halle Bailey, and you guys will see all of the circumstantial evidence I compiled to support what DDG was saying. And some of the footage that I played, Halle, I believe, was on the set of The Little Mermaid, talking about pretty much having a irrational attachment to her son, saying that she pretty much feels immobilized and paralyzed when she doesn't have her son, how she pretty much barely can focus on any responsibilities that she have when he's not with her. Okay, now she was saying this independently on her own live streams prior to DDG exposing Halle being very resistant and territorial and even infringing upon his time with Halo. All right. Also, there were older clips of Halle and Chloe in interviews where Halle was describing Chloe as the, I guess, nice sister, the kind of like naive, gullible sister, while she's the raging bitch who pretty much is like controlling, and she likes to run her nigga, and she's the one who's more treacherous when it comes to men. All of these things end up really building a case against her in the court of public opinion, that these were audios and footage that a lot of people had not been privy to prior to DDG's claims. So initially DDG got a lot of the heat for coming across as the immature baby daddy who is, a bitter baby daddy. He's being bitter toward this good girl. He's jealous of her. He's da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But then as the evidence kept pouring out and pouring out and pouring out and pouring out and pouring out, it actually began to paint a different scenario of what was happening. The reason why I'm going to preference what I'm about to say with all of that is because what I'm about to say is given all things that I have been privy to at this point and all the things that have been going on, I don't know what any of this means. She says she got these bruises from DDG. I don't know where the hell she got these bruises from. She say she got her head slammed on the wheel of the vehicle. I don't know where the hell she got a chip tooth from. She says after he beat the living shit out of her, she still chose to get in a vehicle with him. Go back to his family's house. Instead of just snatching her kid out of the car seat and calling 911. Instead of just snatching her kid out of the car seat. Because obviously she had enough time from the time that he allegedly was assaulting her to still walk around or get in the car and buckle in and get situated. So I don't know why she would get in the car after a man she claims just beat her into bruising, breaking her teeth, smashing her head in, why she would not, at the very least, call 911 because she literally was in danger at that point, but would get in the car with him still. I'm very uncomfortable talking about these kind of things because of everything that we've now learned about the Keke Palmer situation. Keke Palmer, it appears now that she weaponized a lot of screenshots from her home surveillance that painted the initial claim one way, but upon belief and inspection, further commentary from her, her recent song Confessions, people are now realizing that Keke Palmer actually might have been the aggressor, that she actually might be the fucking problem. So I don't know what the fuck to say about shit like this. Look, narratives coupled with pictures, I don't know what the truth is. I told you guys before that it's very easy for DDG to get demonized because he's a lot more social than Halle. So the reality is we don't know who Halle is. It's easier to judge DDG because his personality is more on the forefront. Halle takes more of the Beyonce approach. She's very private. She's very kind of socially introverted. So we don't know a lot about her. We don't really know how she is privately. And because she's been marketed to be the girl next door, this is largely all that the public has to work with. So it makes it easy for Halle to maybe look more innocent in situations than what she really is, simply because she has a baby daddy who's more socially available to the public. You know, he's also a live streamer, so, you know, he's kind of childish. And, you know, she's the redhead Little Mermaid. So, you know, I don't know what the fuck is going on. But the judge granted Halle a restraining order. And now they're here. And apparently, according to this restraining order, DDG cannot post about the child or her. I assume DDG is more than likely going to contest this restraining order. And ironically, you know, and this is why we was all encouraging him from the beginning. Like, you should have took her to court from the beginning, because he probably could have avoided this. Like, he put her in a position to be able to pull the trigger first. And he ended up in court any damn way. So now he got to deal with this. He got to deal with, you know, her leading the narrative and him attempting to clean that up. And it's going to be interesting to see what the fuck transpires out of this, because he definitely needs to get up in this. DDG needs to speak to this. He needs to present whatever his side is, especially if he's fucking innocent. And I went to his Instagram to see if he had responded. And all that I saw was a post in his stories from about
I probably won't get
5 hours ago. And it was him speaking about his child on a podcast. So listen to what he had to say. He put this in his stories 5 hours ago.
relationships. I'm like 49, bro. I'm cool because I got my son. It's like, bro, I don't need a girl to like.
And you don't have to have real proof to get a restraining order. It's actually very, very easy to get a protective order and a restraining order. Okay. I had someone who lived 1 trillion miles away from me, who I never even met before, who was cyber stalking me on the internet, go to the courts and get a civil protective order without a single lick of evidence. Now that shit got dissolved and became null and void, but initially was granted. Somebody I never met before, never interacted with before, was able to go to the courts and just say, look, I'm scared, this person is da 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 da, and a dumbass, old ass, wrinkly face, second generation banana in a face ass judge granted a fucking weirdo a whole civil protective order against somebody he was antagonizing on the internet who he never even motherfucking met. So it's very easy to get a protective order, especially in this day and age. You don't need no damn burden of proof. You don't need no damn evidence. You can literally walk into the courts, girl, especially if you fuck around, and get in front of a judge who don't feel like judging today. She just feel like banging down that fucking gavel and getting your ass in and up out of her, and present only your narrative. Now, God forbid you have anything that can look like evidence. That makes it even more fucking easier for a judge to just not have to really think about it. Girl, you claim you scared. You got pictures of a chip tooth and a bruising. Here you go. Here's your restraining order, child. Work it out. Okay, so no, restraining orders and civil protective orders do not require some big avalanche and shit. People have got restraining orders with much fucking less. Okay, you can literally go into the courts and claim any goddamn thing and fuck around and get a goddamn protective order against any goddamn body, including people you've never fucking met.
Love on me no type of way. Like, I really don't care. Like, the only thing different, and not this might, people might spin this to make it weird or whatever, but like, the only thing different between love from a girl and like your kid is just intimacy. That's the only difference. Oh my God. I feel like as a dad, bro, it make me not need another woman, because I feel like as a man, a part of my need for a woman is so I can feel need.
All right, so DDG posted that to his story. He posted that to his story, girl, you know, and pretty much him and Halle are equally obsessed and in an unhealthy way attached to their child. And they both want to parent full fucking time, but can't successfully do that considering that they're sharing custody. Ironically, Halle's alleged altercations with DDG have all been over Halo. Now, something that I find interesting about this restraining order, the timing of it. These incidents took place earlier this year. They took place last year. But she's just now seeking a restraining order. And what I find to be eerily interesting is the last line of this article. The judge granted Halle a domestic violence restraining order, requiring DDG to stay 100 yards away, and gave her permission to take 18-month-old Halo to Italy, where she'll be filming a movie for 2 months. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Very convenient. I don't know what the fuck Halle done coangled together. I don't want to hear nothing about the DV statistics, because Halle might not be a part of those statistics. This is an individual case, and it'll be tried accordingly, not based upon statistics, but based upon it being an individual case. And I find it interesting that she went and filed a restraining order about incidents that she claims took place. I don't know whether they took place or not. Only her and DDG know that. Last year, earlier this year, because she starts filming out of the country for 2 fucking months. I have to look back at that footage of her filming for The Little Mermaid, saying, I can't live without my son. I can't be functional without my son. I can't do without my son. I can't do it. And then her and DDG have an alleged personal arrangement about not taking Halo out of the country. But now she absolutely needs to, because she knows damn well she's not going to live without her son for 2 fucking months out of the country. That is absolutely not going to happen, especially when she can barely go a week without him in DDG's custody, without coming over after 72 hours and soaking up that attention. That's all very interestingly fucking convenient. It's very convenient. Very convenient. And there absolutely is something wrong with somebody not being able to share custody. The child isn't just DDG's. The child isn't just Halo. Any one parent not being able to respect the allocated time to the other parent regarding a child that belongs to both people is being inappropriate and is being immature. And no matter what your attachment is, you have an obligation to grow the fuck up and to deal with the reality of the situation you've created by having sex with someone else, which is sharing a child and splitting that child between 2 different households. Halle is no more entitled to Halo than DDG is entitled to Halo. As I said before, DDG does not have to accommodate Haley's enmeshment. He doesn't have to accommodate her inability to go without him when it's his time with Halo. But according to him, he has and he does, even though that doesn't work both ways. That's an issue. A big issue, especially when it doesn't go both ways. Now, this issue of abuse, that's a lot to deal with. And I'm going to expect DDG to deal with it. So it's going to be going up. Rock Nation about to be in the motherfucking building. I don't know what to really say, girl, but it's sad. It's sad, 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 sad across the board. If Halle is weaponizing lies against DDG in order to get a chokehold on custody, she got to deal with that. She got to deal with that, baby. And she wouldn't be the first woman in history to weaponize lies of rape, sexual assault, DV, in order to ruin a man's reputation, in order to get a man out of the picture. DDG already has said months ago when he came out with this situation that they've been trying to etch him out of the picture, that she been doing everything that she could to pretty much get him to walk away. The way that she speaks about Halo as if he was of immaculate conception and doesn't need his father, and there's a them and a him. Is that a part of some deviant, dark-sided ass scheme by Halle, who's going to rely on her good girl image to help her navigate this situation that's playing out because she has been marketed that way? Is there a reality to these things? I don't know. But DDG, if he doesn't respond to this, if he doesn't contest this, if he doesn't fight this, then I'm going to take it at face value that it's accordingly. If he lays down and takes this, I'm going to accept it as, baby, she must be telling the goddamn truth. If he fights this out, then I'm going to expect the lawyers and the evidence to speak for itself. But right now, we only have one side of this, and I don't know who's who. Because if you ask me, somebody who's been covering their drama since last year, I've seen them both, as far as I'm concerned, on bad behavior. They both seem to be capable of pettiness, etc. And I have concerns about them both as it relates to this whole co-parenting situation. But I'm also clear enough to not fall for a public image. And I know why it's easy for DDG to be believed to be the asshole, once again, because his personality is more socially available to us than Haley's. Halle is quiet, and she doesn't really speak to the public. She doesn't really divulge a lot about her personal life. And so people have, the good girl image in their mind. So I don't know these people, and neither do y'all. So I don't want to hear no goddamn body speaking objectively, girl. We will see, though. I will drop the link and let you guys come up here and pop off. I'm sure that there are plenty of triggered ass people in the chat. And I'm not going to be here all night. So if y'all coming up, y'all got to come. I haven't even eaten all day. I'm a little hangry. Okay, baby. So, the king got to eat, baby. Okay, but the news is wearing me the fuck out, bro. It's like, girl, everybody want a court date, girl. Everybody want a court date. But it's interesting that the timing of this, she has to start filming in 2 months out of the country. And now here comes a restraining order about incidences that she claims happened last year and this month. I don't even know. I don't know whether there's reality to the incidents at all. But the timing of this is very fascinating. And I'm going to be definitely keeping an unbiased eye. I ain't on her side. I ain't on his side. And when I see corresponding evidence, that's what informs me. I don't give a damn about, I'm not relying on nothing but corresponding motherfucking evidence, which I definitely have seen enough to know that Halle, it ain't all that it's cracked up to be, baby. Okay? What's going on, Whitney? Sound off, boo.
Hey, can you post the picture of her tooth again and zoom in on it?
Yes. Let me drop this link super quick. You guys, thumbs up. If you guys are coming up, please come up now. We're not going to be here all night. Papa is sitting on an empty belly, baby.
We're not going to be here one night.
Let me see here. Let me blow it up. Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah, okay, I can see it. When you had it the first time, I did not see a chip. I was like, hold on, Halle. Now, last time,
she claims that she got this from him slamming her head into the steering wheel. My issue with that narrative is you would have a lot more injury to your mouth if that was the case. Why is your lip not busted? Because this seems to be a picture that was taken in real time. So where's the busted lip? Where is a busted nose? Your whole face, according to you, got slammed into.
Yeah.
You don't have a black eye to show for it. You don't have any other injuries. You just have a small part of your big tooth that is chipped.
Yeah, that's a little suspicious. Because last time I was totally on Halle's side. I still can't really stand DDG like that, and I do think that he's very immature. So I can understand Halle's frustration. I don't see how she didn't see the immaturity and the annoyance before they carried through with reproducing and stuff. But you know, we're here now. But yes, if we are thinking objectively, if somebody slams your head into the steering wheel
to the point that your tooth is exposed and chipped.
Yeah, when you said that her tooth was chipped, I was waiting for like half the tooth to be gone. So I'm not
there's
sure
they were
about that
wrestling
part.
back and forth, honestly.
And I'm not, and I asked the chat if they were able to see the bruise on her arm, because I think like the logo is covering it up a little bit. I don't see like, I don't know. This one, I am leaning, I'm 50-50 on this one. Last live, I was totally on Halle's side because all that stuff DDG be doing. But this just seems, I don't know, like a tiny bit of a reach. But that's just how I feel about this case in particular. Now, your tooth, he could have chipped your tooth some other way, but if we're talking about the steering wheel, baby, something else is gonna be, you're gonna have bruises on the inner part of your lip. So like if you flip your top lip up, the pressure from your tooth banging against your lip, like we need to see under the lip, we need to see all that stuff. So I don't want to trigger anybody.
And she said her entire face was slammed into the steering wheel. So I mean, it would be corresponding injury to her face, not even just to her tooth, but just, I mean, there would be abrasion,
lip, nose,
all type of shit. Yeah, I mean, that's going on. I mean, it's look.
Yeah,
I'm glad you calling it out. No one is like everybody roll for Keke, but you standing on business. I'm here for it.
I am so sick of rallying behind shit only to have egg on my face. We did this with what's the name of the girl who ran away and she had kidnapped her damn self, or the Carly Russell,
yeah,
or whatever. Then we did the Keke Palmer shit, and then that's looking real funky now. Like, look, I'm not getting caught up in this shit no fucking more. I just am gonna have to wait until all the shit get thrown out. But I do know that based upon what we have seen all the way up to now, I personally have seen enough to make me reserve complete conclusion about Halle's narrative. I'm gonna wait to some more back and forth and hearing from DDG and see what's going on, because it's too much game playing. It's too much people preying on the public. We're seeing that with all these frivolous Diddy lawsuits. It's mixed in with some of this real life shit going on. Like I don't feel comfortable believing any one thing anymore until I feel I have seen just enough to be able to lean all the way in. And these isolated pictures, just like in, let me tell you something, in the Keke Palmer situation, in some of the still shots, she narrated to the court that she was being thrown, when in fact she was actually getting up off the couch in some of those still shots. Like, it was a clear manipulation of perception. And because people had all these emotional responses, people were hardly being rational and logical and being unbiased, because they were pouring their own personal trauma into the situation, or they were just taking shit at face value and couldn't put on a critical eye. I'm not that kind of person. I try to be as objective as I can. I try to put my emotions away when I'm really looking at shit and observing shit and assess shit. I try to do what the courts do. The courts literally say, hey, put your claims up and y'all battle it the fuck out in terms of who's who, okay? All that kind of emotionality that goes into the way people be interpreting shit that be playing out. I don't get into all of that. But I also want to get T-Baby in here. Hey, T-Baby, what are your thoughts about current craziness between Halle and DDG?
I mean, just number one, I feel like it is a play on the public. I feel as if they should keep it off the internet, keep the baby off, period. You know, obviously they had the baby for monetizational reasons. They didn't have the baby, I feel like, out of pure love. You know how you can have a child of just pure love and joy. This baby was born into, she knew what he did. She knew he was a stunt actor. She know he liked to pull tricks. She knew this. Everybody told this girl, oh, she said, mind our effing business. She grown. Okay, boo. So now you in this situation here, and oh, he's abusive, but why is it happening when you have to go film and you've already said that you cannot go without having this child? And I feel like, girl, if you feel this much emotion to your baby, you might need to have another baby, because you're gonna have to share this one either way it go, because he gonna ride it all the way out. He's not gonna stop. So it's time to cut it down in the middle. If you have to take it in course, and I can speak on this because my baby daddy did it to me, and we were around this age, so I know the kind of game plays that's being, held on. My baby daddy even took it so far, took me to court. So it's the first, the third, and the fifth weekend out of the month, and then you can alternate summers. So if it's that serious, why try to take primary when you know he does do good by the child, even though he got his immature ways. But as a woman, her playing this online game, because you can go on her Twitter and see the games that she play all day. She ain't gonna say nothing, but she gonna post like the little clips of where she at. She gonna post, of the little, she gonna like little things and they gonna catch it. So she do a lot of internet plays to, she know her fans are gonna go research and, go find this stuff. And it's really ridiculous, and I don't feel no ways tired about it, honestly.
Okay, wait 1 second.
Hmm.
So this trip that she has is a pending trip, this 2 month trip for a movie. Okay, Hallie.
Yeah, that's what
I
they
didn't
saying.
I didn't know that part. Now, again, this may be a real issue, but it's also very convenient as well. Two things can be true at once.
True.
Two things can be true at once.
What do y'all think about her getting in the car with him after he chips her tooth, smashes her head, wrestles her, throws her to the
I
ground?
feel like they just had how I mean, hey, I ain't gonna say how, because some people they deal with, they don't, but I have been in situations where, things have took it too far. It didn't go that far, but we might have tussled. You know, if I had a chipped tooth, you best to believe he would have had a scratch or two on him. You know, so I don't know if it was that extreme as she's saying, because slamming your head into a car, like I'm driving, that could kill me. You know, I mean, you know, that's 100. But maybe we having a little bit back and forth, and you might have popped me in my lip or something, you know, and not even hard, maybe like a little a tap or a mush to the face, you know, because I've been in situations where, you know, we twisting and tugging, you know, and this it's like a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I mean, I don't see where she getting like beat
Here's
down,
the
because I done
critical
seen
part.
girls get beat
I'm gonna speak
down.
to. Here was the critical part. This is to the intellectual industry who says who would leave their baby after that. She did it anyway. She drove all. She got in the car with him. They got to his people house, and she had to leave them anyway. So she left the baby anyway. What was the
Yeah,
point?
she still was doing it.
Yeah. What was the point of getting in the fucking car? You left Halo to be with his dad because it was his dad's time anyway. So you got in
Mhm.
the car for what reason? You
And
wasn't
why the
going.
police one called?
You didn't call the police. You didn't do anything else. Like, you got in the car for what? For what? For what? For what? You still end up leaving him alone. He could have got back in the car with Halo that night and drove Halo around town, etc. Like, you get in the car wasn't going to keep DDG from behind the wheel
Yep.
of the vehicle, or keep him from raging out all night if he was going to be a crash out for the rest of the night. Like,
I think she has a little bit of control tendencies on him, that she wants him to do what she say, and you know he ain't going for none of that. He the type of dude, he gonna listen and he gonna do the absolute opposite of what you saying. And honestly, I feel like Haley and Chloe, I feel like they want that rapper lifestyle girl so bad, and it's just not for them. And that's why everything, they get an egg on their face every time, from Chloe, from all the different dudes
she
that she
said,
dated. She's a
she said
pass
that
around.
she said in an interview that she is the more toxic one out of her and Chloe. That
Mm,
she likes the toxic niggas. She with all that, and that's why she told us to mind our motherfucking business the last time that we
yep.
put a cape on for her ass.
Yeah,
So,
and they probably do be
to
beating up on each other.
y'all's point, that what we supposed to say then? What we supposed to say then when you acknowledging you toxic, you claiming he toxic, and then the both of y'all telling us to mind our motherfucking business after y'all both use the public to y'all's personal agendas, and then we supposed to be able to sit back and be able to call it on whose part, when both of y'all pretty much then admitted to being problematic as fuck, and both of y'all play the same games. Like y'all said, Haley just does it in a more subtle kind of like gaslighting,
Mm-hmm.
underbelly way, while DD,
Yeah,
Yeah, you got to go find it.
yeah, like
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
outward with the shit. Haley is more reserved with her game plan.
Mm.
Mm.
I'm
You
starting
got
to
to
see that
find it. She gonna
CTV.
post something.
I won't picking up on that last time, but these past couple instances, yeah, I'm starting to understand that now. I really am.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
her, Sky Jackson. I don't feel bad for these 304s. I'm
And
sorry.
what's okay? So I'm glad y'all here. What the fuck is going on with high valued black women? What? Why is Sky Jackson with a mugshot? Like, she dating a
Mm,
mugshot. Why the fuck is Rihanna dating a
mm,
mugshot? Why the fuck is
talk about it.
Even Chloe tried to find her damn
Mm,
Jay-Z, and she ended up damn cheated on and having to break up with her. Like, what is it with these high? What is with the key? What
Because
some
are
it
they that high? They
men?
it
might not be,
doesn't
baby.
matter.
What the fuck is the issue?
It doesn't matter how much money they have, how much fame they have. They are not exempt from doing the work. If they haven't done the work the same way, if we don't do the work, we're going to attract those people. And when you grow up in the limelight, like I think Halle and them started when they were like 18, 19, you haven't had the time to grow and develop. And when you're doing that in the spotlight and your parents have sheltered you all your life, and then you kind of just get warped into all of this, you haven't had time to grow yet. And I don't know what I feel like Rihanna's case is just, I don't know, it's a bit different. I do believe that as with women should date a little more outside of hold on y'all, I'm trying to fix something. Women should date men who are more financially stable than them, but who is Rihanna going to find that a billionaire like her? She already broke up with the prince.
Well, I mean, she dating lesser, so she could have found anybody, honestly. But she went and got the pretty boy from New York. They want to be a gangster so bad, he go into LA County shooting people. So I feel no way it's time for these ladies. I mean, honestly,
I don't either.
it's ridiculous and it's not a good look. I don't know what they chasing. Maybe it's the thrill because they got everything. So that's the only thing that I can see, because a female like me that's hustling, I wouldn't be dealing with none of them at all, period. So they just chasing the thrill of it because they got everything. So why not have a look? They got to have a little drama, a little excitement, but they taking it too far, having babies, having kids. And y'all got to realize these kids are the next kids coming up. So
Yeah.
just imagine all this turmoil that these different households on a higher level is going through.
Mhm.
It's gonna get bad.
These children are the next doctors, the next lawyers, the next therapists, and you got them going through this. Lil Halo has no idea what's going on right now.
Right. He gonna look
No
back and he
idea
gonna
his
trip out on
parents are
all
a hot
this.
ghetto mess.
You sure know what to say.
Sharita, do you want to call in? Because
Who is that?
but she was earlier, she was like, have y'all ever had y'all head bash into the steering wheel before?
Girl, I bash it
And
back.
now she's
She don't
talking
know about
about so
me.
y'all perfect. Girl, we're just having a
What?
conversation.
Sharita, you better get you some going. Get a hotter pot of what Medea say?
I'm
Get
gonna
some
drop it.
grits.
It's always somebody with a twist out that's talking.
You know what?
Oh.
Don't
Oh.
don't do that, Whitney. Don't do that. Do not do that. Sharita, you can hit the link though. But you know what? What's the problem though? What's the problem with also being that reasonable when it comes to DDG? Because it's always that, oh, they have to learn and the men don't. The men
Right.
don't have to learn. Like the men don't get to be immature. The men don't get to make stupid mistakes and bad choices in women. It seems like the grace only goes one way when they both are young. They both
Mm-hmm.
are rich. They both are privileged as hell, and they're both first time parents.
And I mean, honestly, we know why DDG did this. He did this for access. So she knew this. I mean, he coming from Ruby Rose. We know Ruby Rose is an industry 304. So for her to even be looking his way, I mean, what you was looking at, the gifts he was getting her, to think like, what did you expect? I just don't understand. And you bringing him to these events. He could never step foot in the events that she was with him. So you have to see the power play, and basically she got used, and maybe she in her feelings about it, when she looking back like, you wouldn't be here without me. And that is true, honestly, because I would never even he wouldn't even never be so mainstream if she didn't pull him in, because he was just in his streamer lane, just like Castanet. Castanet go viral, but it's mainly for the streaming of it all. But now we got baby daddy, baby mama drama, and it's blowing up to be a bigger thing. But she did this to herself.
And
I'm
this was
sorry.
another conversation that also came up too, is what Arisa said. And Ruby stated he was abusive to her as well. Haley should have never been with him to begin with. A lot of people was saying that too, like, okay, he had other allegations
I
against him.
mean, Ruby just said on her story that her ex had a dude dangling over some Atlanta bridge. So we really can't take everything Ruby say for face value, because she definitely has her toxic ways as well. He might have been abusive, but it takes two to tango. And if he doing all that, you see the red flags before it even get there. Just like some text message is going around that he snuck in her home and took a photo of her bed. Like, when did that happen? When did that occur? You had to see things happening before you say, okay, stick a baby in me, or we doing these type of things raw. Like, I don't know. Some women I just can't understand. I don't get it. Like, we say fast food is bad, but I bet Miss Rissa probably got a McDonald's order from last week. So we can't just go everything just from what someone says.
What?
Y'all keep talking. I'm
I mean, it's just, I think, like I said, it's just a thrill. She was she saw he was buying Pateks and, doing little stuff. That's what I feel like it was. Cause I feel like her sister chasing the same thing. Like
Hmm.
she can't hold it down herself. To me, she jumping around to different dudes, different dudes, different dudes. This Burner Boy, that's gonna be over and by next year. Like, and you just giving yourself up. And I feel like as a woman, we gotta, as young women, like I'm young, well, 25, I feel like I'm young. So I feel like as women, we have to step back a little bit when it comes to giving our bodies to these men.
Yes.
We have to see what we're getting into, and just especially having these children. Like that's something else that's just really getting to me.
Yeah, like people be giving a womb to anybody. Like, girl, take a breather.
Hmm.
It's
Yes.
okay. And yeah, 25, that's the same age as Halle. That's the same age as Halle. She just
So
turned
she know
25.
better. She know he got time to grow up, but she knew looking and seeing what he do and all the stunts he been pulling. Like she knew. I mean, she probably didn't want to believe it, but just like she supposedly dating Brent, girl, you probably should have been dating Brent from the beginning.
Yeah.
And even that is just kind of like, I don't know. I can't see her and Brent, but maybe that's just something she just doing to get her mind off things. I don't know. But she definitely
I
do.
can see her and Brent.
You can.
But yeah, I can see her and Brent, but I don't think that Brent sees Halle as serious as she may want to see him though. I feel
Mm-hmm.
like it may be just a little, because what you about to do? Adopt Halo? Halo about to be your stepson, Brent?
Right. It's kind of giving the
So
Stephon Diggs and Cardi B
yeah,
just for show.
exactly, exactly.
It's crazy. And you just think, wow, they have everything in the world, and y'all still doing this. I mean, this is ghetto. It's getting really ghetto.
Yeah.
Um. So, what are y'all conclusions? Y'all are just gonna kind of like what, like kind of
Oh,
see what takes place, or
well,
I can't win me for no 304 that told me to mind my business. So
hold on, because DDG was like, well, wait till she see what I do when it's my turn with the baby, meaning you about to have the baby out on some island with some girl. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, you see Halle outside with this other man, so you're already planning your get back. Like, what is going on? A child is involved. So you
yeah,
already calling up your OnlyFans girls so that you can take her and Halo somewhere to get back at Halle? That's already a problem. Talking about wait
true.
until it's my turn with the baby. Oh my God.
But honestly, the baby's so young. Like, does it really, like, who is it really hurting? Is it the public perception? Because it's not really hurting the child. Hell, the child just blinking and eating and burping and boo booing and going on about their business for right now. Cause their baby is like what, going on one at the most. So their baby's not gonna remember, any of this back and forth. So it wouldn't even bother me. I probably would have just ignored the text and just, I mean, he has the baby, so he can do what he do when he has him. I don't see it being a problem unless he was getting abused or something like that. But sometimes people use children as a pawn, and you cannot upset your peace over that. Not because he's too young to remember. And I mean, how is it really hurting him if they do go to Puerto Rico or Mexico or somewhere? You have to think, is this really gonna hurt the baby? Is he really gonna be put in harm's right way?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, long as he have everything he need, I really wouldn't be too much worried about it. Honestly, I mean, I can see she ain't playing a bad game because, girl, forget all this. Some females be focused on the bag and the child support. So she playing a whole different game. Or maybe this game is leading up to the child support. Who knows? Because usually this ain't even a part of it. Most women just be focused on getting the bag out the dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like little baby mama got 1 million. So I,
Oh,
I don't know. Oh yes, girl. Yes, she
The
did that.
the first one or
The
Jada?
second one, she had a little girl by I forgot. I think Anthony Edwards, and girl, yes, got the bag. He paid her
Mhm.
all the child support for 18 years.
Oh, so that did end up going through. I thought that
Hmm.
was a rumor. Okay.
No, girl, she got that. She did that. So maybe, well, we know DDG ain't gonna give his baby up. So I don't know what they gonna do. Keep playing with the public, but she is ruining her image. I mean, because it's too much back and forth. And I understand we gotta believe the victims and victim this and victim that, but at what point do the victims say, I can't do this no more? Okay, we looking at Cassie. She's saying she did it for love. She loved him so much she let 4 dudes run a train on her. But when did she wake up and say, I can't do this no more? This love ain't real. At what point do we get there?
I mean, it took her a while, but she did get there. She did get there though. It just took a real long time.
So in this situation, how long would it take?
Um, I mean, I think Halle is there. I think she's getting there. I think she's at the tail end of it. It might be a few more incidents here and there, but getting the restraining order, that's a big step. So she's getting there. Just needs some time.
Baby, it's a lot of people who got a lot to say in the chat, but they can't come up here, baby, and say it directly
Tell them hit the
to
link.
Whitney or to T, baby. I don't know, like, don't be scared. Y'all got the link. This is it's no right or wrong way to think about this situation. All the public has is what they have available to them, and people can think what the fuck they want to think about the situation. So if you in the chat and you feel a way and you want to support Halle and you feel like DDG is a piece of shit, you are welcome to come up here and to say that. There's no right or wrong way to feel, and everybody feels how they feel based upon what information they have available to them, based upon what they have observed, interviews, and the way things have been handled, etc. So come up here and get cussed out or do the cussing out. Don't be
No, that's
scared.
right.
Don't be scared,
Cause
child.
I wonder what's the pushback. What I mean, how can we look at
It
this?
was a lot of pushback when we first started, girl. They were saying, "Oh, I'm leaving the chat." They were saying, "Oh, he wrong. Oh, I can't handle this. Oh, no, CTV, you wrong this time." And I'm like, "All right, I want to
All
hear it." That's why
right,
as soon as they was talking that, I was like, "Drop the link."
I
girl.
look, look. Unless there are people in the chat who done lived with Halle and
No,
DDG,
that's right.
can't nobody really speak emphatically. You can only speak based upon what you observe. And most of these people who twist it up in their feelings are in just that, they feelings. They want their feelings to be the reality. Your
And
feelings
it's
are
not.
your feelings are just your fucking feelings, and you're allowed to have them whatever the fuck they are.
All right, I'm gonna drop back to the chat, y'all. Love you, Conscious.
Love you too, boo. Thank you. Anything else that you got to say? Oh, hold on, Whitney. We got hold on. Oh, that's our rumors, shy. Hey, rumors. Okay, Whitney.
Hey,
About
hey,
baby.
Conscious. Hey, crew. Hey, ladies.
Hey,
Okay, hold on. We got folk pulling up.
Let's go.
Everybody stay around for the Ponderosa.
oh, okay.
Let go.
All right, rumors. Hey, rumors. Sound off, boo.
So I came up because of the last young lady that was speaking, her
Mm-hmm.
talking point, and it coincide with what you were saying on the last slide, and that's intriguing to me, like to have that conversation because I'm gonna be quite frank, it's always good to use these type of situations when celebrities have them to have open dialogue because we know what happens in real life day to day, and for me that's like the bigger picture of it all or whatever. Like I have the same genuine consistent of like I don't know why does it have to take forever, including some of my past behavior. Why it needs to take forever for you to like receive the message that's like right there glaring, the red flags, that are right there in your face. Like I don't understand how we continue to victimize ourselves in that way. Like for me, I feel like I don't know what Haley's agenda is overall. I mean, looking at both sides of the coin, I can see DDG's point of view, what he's saying to be true, and I can honestly believe that he may have some. Because I know a lot of people say he's like really immature, but I actually, from what I've seen of
And he
him,
may be.
he seems he seems very well put together, and he actually seems like a very sensible young man. However, that could just be how he's presenting himself to the general public. I know he has, some of his streams are, typical like hood behavior, not necessarily over the top, but you know, but I mean, if I want to be 100%, I can see. And Helly's an Aries. I know people don't like when you go into the zodiac thing or whatever. I'm an Aries. I know how impulsive we can be, and especially when our feelings are involved, like when it comes to a man and things of that nature, people that we love dearly are like, we have a control thing. And if we can't remain in control, we do become very impulsive. And it could be very destructive. Like we don't think before we react. I can see that in her, honest to God. I can see beyond the smoke and mirrors. And so it would not be too far fetched for me to believe that, yes, sis is putting on, like she's putting on. I don't know what to believe about these alleged bruises and things of that nature, because for all I know, there could have been some form of domestic violence between the two of them. And that could have been months ago. That could have been before she even had the child. Like she could have been biting on a piece of crab sticks for all I know, and chipped her tooth a little bit. Like I don't know. It does seem quite interesting that she was experiencing these things, because this is when I find like things to be like coming from a very vindictive space. It's no way that if this man was abusing you, that you never thought to contact the authorities and seek medical attention. And it's not uncommon though for a woman to be abused and still be with her and be her abuser after the abuse. But what I find strange is that you waited for Mad Day to expose something that happened possibly months ago. That's strange to me. And what's really strange and dangerous about that is because you've been alluding to having problems with this person, but you never spoke on these things. So now when you have a situation where, and this is what I personally believe, now that you have a situation where this man, I don't think she thought he was going to get the response. We do know that he did receive a large backlash, because we already know people typically believe the accusers first, right? But there was a large percentage of people that did side eye her and did see and stand with him. They understood his points of things and they just stood with him. I think she thought it was going to be like the toxic sector, more those type of like-minded people. But there were people that were not coming, like, they didn't have the toxic talking points and things of that nature. I don't think she thought he was going to be received by the amount of people that he was received by, that are like, okay, giving him the benefit of the doubt and things of that nature and standing with him. And because of that and everything else, she could not control his situations and things of that nature. Now that she's been exposed, I feel like this has all been a setup. I'm going to be quite honest. And he may have fallen for the setup too. Like, I'm not even going to say I don't believe that he's never put his hands on her, because he may have, in fact, done that. He may have bit the bait. But I do feel like, and I'm sorry, y'all know I'm 10 toes down. Ain't no picking and choosing. Just because I'm a woman, I ain't standing with you. Just because I'm a woman, I don't operate that way. Just because you a man, I ain't trying to be a pick me or any of that. But to what I'm discerning in this situation, like, it's more her than it is him. And I think that she really just wanted to be in control. And the moment that he relinquished whatever little bit of control he was allowing her to have, the moment he relinquished that, like took that back from her, I think she's become unhinged since then. And I think she does a lot of converted. Like, you got to pay attention to the videos. Like, she does a lot, in my opinion, to poke the bear. And people don't see that. That doesn't give him a pass, though. I want to be 100. If he has ever put his hands on her, other than it being self defense, he don't get a pass for that. But I do believe that when it's all said and done, she's the problem in the entire equation. I really believe that. And I'm going on mute.
Ooh,
All right.
and you digress.
Okay, my turn.
I want everybody to stick around for the Ponderosa. I want to get uniquely designed in here. Can you hear me uniquely?
I can.
Okay. Welcome to the platform, love. Please sound off and don't hold back.
Absolutely not, with your beautiful self. You looking all
Thank
fine
you,
and everything.
Thank you, baby.
Mhm. Oh my goodness. Oh, supervisor of the world, this little girl is getting on my nerves in a bad way. And and being a Gigi, and like you can see that she has anxiety because she's a first time mom. Like you could see like all of that. And she really does, in my opinion, has attachment issues. She really does. And my grandbaby has followed the Dub family, DDG, and DDG mama from Detroit. She ain't playing no types of games of laying on of the hands with no woman getting jumped on. Oh no. Mama DDG don't seem like that she plays any types of games like that. And the relationship that I see that he has with his mother, his baby sister, TT, he's a very respectable young man. So I don't want to call the baby a liar. I really don't. But Miss Mermaid, she going a little too far. It's a bit much. And I don't like the games in charging a young Black father who has been screaming to we the world, I'm a dad, I want to be in my son's life. That's all. And he constantly tells the people in the chat to don't jump on Halle. He's always defending her. She get on my nerves a little bit, and I digress.
Thank you for that, uniquely. Look, I'm gonna let the women bang it out so that y'all don't get to say CTV said. Okay, now what CTV did say is I am informed. I am making an informed decision to say neutral because I've been keeping up with this couple. The Conscious crew know that. Look at the last live streams, and y'all may actually get enlightened if some of y'all are kind of new to the commentary, because some of y'all may not have seen certain things. But I'm gonna let the women really hold this one down. What's going on, Gigi?
Yay, it's my turn. Okay, so I thought I was the only one that was on DDG's side because I got dragged.
It's not a good thing to be on DDG's side, Jack.
Absolutely not. We here.
Okay, so I'm not 100% on his side. However, I was being dragged in some other chats. Now, I feel like, okay, so because this happened in January, the alleged attack happened in January, it doesn't make sense for...
There's one incident that took place in January, then another incident that took place in October.
Yes. So I feel like in the background, DDG was already seeking to get custody, like preparing for court. And I feel like now was the time that she wanted to put that out, because if I'm attacked, I'm going to report it right away, right? Why would you wait until now? I feel like he was already trying to get custody. And then she's with the restraining order.
Wait, I'm so sorry. I don't want to interrupt you. Oh my God, you just said something, because remember when we were reporting on like what did DDG mean by like I don't want to have to go to court, like because you know what that's going to do. So I'm wondering if what to your point, what happened was maybe she was in fact the aggressor that night. She was the aggressor. She got frustrated with him being stoic or nonchalant or whatever it was, because once again, she did label herself as the more problematic one out of her and Chloe when it comes to men, when it comes to relationships. So maybe she popped shit off that night, and then he was simply just defending himself against her. And because she's a woman, even though she's the aggressor, he didn't mind her getting in the goddamn car with her, because he know he, as a man, he can handle that if she puts him in a position to have to defend himself. So he ain't so much as afraid of her, even if she being the aggressor. And maybe that's why she didn't get the law involved. Maybe that's why she didn't call it, because she was in fact the aggressor in the situation, and some of these so-called injuries are from him defending himself against her.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that he was. So I think he was already in the process of getting custody. She put a there's also a gag order in place with the restraining order, so he can't tell us anything. But Dimitri, his lawyer, hopefully he'll come out and say something, or some people on his team will come out and say something. But at this point, DDG can't say anything. So yeah, I think he was already in the process of getting custody, and for her to stop him, she put out these allegations. So
also remember, this is coming right before she has to go to Italy for 2 months,
right?
So
yeah, and also I'm sorry. The other thing was a chipped tooth. So when I first saw the picture, I was like, "There's no bruising, there's no nothing." Like that just caught me off guard. Like, no, there's something wrong here.
Yeah, she got that from one of them hard vegetables that she overcooked eating vegan. That's all.
But I think it is very interesting to see, like, I when I see the people's response that are opposed, that don't come from a neutral standpoint, very biased or whatever. Like, I'm always taken aback why we as women don't hold other women accountable, because we know that this shit happens.
And you know why, love? It's out of trauma. It's out of trauma. It's out of a lot of women having a lot of unhealthy relationships to men, to the father of their children. So, because I don't know if it's intentional. I think sometimes like the projection is just from an unconscious place.
Yeah, it's easy for me. It is really easy for me to call a thing, because, like, let's be frank. It's nothing but a bunch of women up here, and Conscious is, graciously hosting us. But let's be frank, women. Like, we know that if not all of us, some of us at least, have been very spiteful and vindictive, have done things.
Absolutely not. I plays no. Absolutely not. I plays no types of games.
Listen to my language. Listen to what I'm saying. I said specific. That's why I was specific in, if not all of us, some of us, or whatever. Like, whether it was when you were younger, whether it's why you've been at the age you are, or whatever. We can admit that.
Never have. I have never been spiteful or anything toward the husband or the baby father. I am one of those ones that I communicate.
Well, that's great, because you're part of the unicorn.
So I think what's important to do, because I think we just answered your question, Aromas. I think what happens a lot of times when it comes to women's community is women speak in a very plural fashion, and that's what creates a lot of the contention, instead of just speaking anecdotally and speaking individually, which is why a lot of women, are feeling how they're feeling about Haley's situation, because women speaking to us like, well, like, so I wonder if it would help if
no, I'm gonna Conscious, respectfully, I'm gonna call a thing a thing. I'm not gonna play pussy for it. I play around with it, because we don't do that when it comes to the men's community. We generalize it, and it's no different than what I say. And I specifically, people need to listen to the verbiage, because I said, if not all of us, some of us. If it don't apply, you let it fly. There are exceptions to every rule out here. Everybody has not had the same shared experience. However, you may not have done it, but you've seen it done. Where we have been vindictive, hurt for whatever reasons, and we perpetuate that on to a situation that has nothing to do with it. The parenting thing is totally separate from whatever her issues are with this man. I feel like, personally, I said it before in the last topic when they had their little issues with the baby. I feel like Helly's coming from a spiteful a space of an ex. I don't think she's
I agree.
engaging from a parental standpoint because from everything that we have seen, and she has not once said or even had an attorney, had her sister, anybody say that this man is an unfit parent. So her actions have not a damn thing to do with this man's parenting skill. It has everything to do with her being a bitter ex. And then she don't have to want him back. I think it was just purely out of ego. She's operating out of ego. And for me, it is unacceptable it could be a couple of things going on with this young lady, but it is unfair to make the child the weapon in a situation, as the other young ladies were first saying. It's just like you knew who this person was. You knew who he was. Why you felt you were going to be the exception to the rule. He wasn't going to make you feel whatever you felt, whatever your issues were. What even to even make him be the bad guy in the relationship is crazy as hell because we don't know. People just assume. However, my talking points are simply this: we don't hold each other as women accountable when we know that these things happen in everyday life. We just tend to want to just jump to the woman's side in defense. And I don't think that is healthy when we clearly see that this young lady has problems and she is the problem. Every situation that has come out that I am aware of, what's been discerned to me, she's been the antagonist. And nobody seems to want to hold her accountable. It's weird as fuck to me. Where the hell is her family at? Why aren't they, her elders, her mama, her grandmama, why aren't they getting involved? Where's her father? Well, we don't know, but why is it not, we're not seeing any real works to help this young lady to change the dynamics of her and this man's toxic relationship. What's done is done.
I think that what makes it also harder to kind of like, I don't know, like to speak into Haley's side is because she also doesn't speak. Like she doesn't, like when DDG said, you know, all these things about her intruding upon his time. And then when I went on his platform, I could see her in his theater room. I could see her around the house. And, you know, and this was in earlier live streams and footage before, you know, he made it known that he was struggling when it came to custody and all that. So the fact that she didn't defend herself against those claims, and she hasn't debunked it. She hasn't said these things are not true. DDG is lying. So just like I said in DDG's case, if he doesn't fight this, I'm going to take it at face value and assume that, you know, it's what she said it is. But she hasn't said anything in regard to the claims that he's made against her. So does that mean that they're true?
Okay, so the only thing that I've heard her say is she keeps, I'm not going against this, but she always talks about the postpartum from the jump. That's what I thought their breakup was around the postpartum. Yeah, so that's kind of what I've heard of her on her defense on any of these, anything that comes up. It's always the postpartum.
Do you think that she's weaponizing that too?
Yes, I do. I think she uses that as an excuse for her actions. For example, when DDG took Halo on Kai's stream, it was his time to have his baby. Kai was gifting the baby many things. I don't know what outlet she used, but I think I don't know, it was a tweet, Instagram, whatever. But she messaged, I didn't give permission for my son to be on a stream or whatever. And then the next day she came up with postpartum as an excuse, you know.
And admitted that she overreacted and apologized. Admitted she overreacted.
And that was only because everybody got on her about it. That was her and
claimed that her issue wasn't even Halo being on Constant stream, but that it was because she just wasn't informed that DDG was going to take Kim wherever DDG decided to take him. And that kind of like substantiated what DDG was saying about how there's like a greed there. Now, most people, like optically, we know it don't look that way because, right, we think, because we see Halo with DDG, and we see these reels 1,000 times in one day. So it also creates this perception that he's with his child probably more than what he actually is, because we're actually seeing, you know, clips of content that's been filmed when he is with his son in rotation constantly, always. So then it makes it look like he's the one actually lying on her, because to the public, it's like, boy, you are with your son. It's like, no, if you actually look at my streams and you look in real time and you can see when I'm with my son and not with my son, you'll know that I'm not with my son as much as your algorithm may have you believing that I'm with my fucking son. And even when I am with my son, I'm not alone with him for more than 72 hours before Halle is using postpartum, which he also made an apology telling people to back up off Halle, you know, that she said she's going through postpartum. He said he's not a woman. So, you know, he's tried to empathize with her and try to accommodate what she claims is her experience, which is why he doesn't make a fuss about her intruding upon his time with Halle. But his issue is that it doesn't work both ways, that when he wants to pull up on her week for Halle, you know, she's good to shut him out, kick him out, like make sure that he doesn't see his son for that week. But when he gets his time, he opens his door, and you can literally see that on his YouTube channel that she's around. She's in the corner, she's in the theater room, she's sitting around with Halle on his time, and she's also sitting around on around Halle on her time as well. But you don't see him in any of her footage. You can see her in his footage and on his channel, but you don't see him around when she live streaming, and when she posting, DDG is nowhere to be found. So this does seem to be very one-sided.
Very antagonistic. It's very antagonistic. And I mean, at what point does she seek the help she needs to address whatever issue she have? Let's entertain, because we talked about this before. We know that this is there's a medical term for this, when mothers have this obsessed codependency when it comes to their children. That way,
Enmeshment.
yeah, enmeshment. So when it comes to that, like, when is she going to take the proper steps she needs to take to get healthy? Because the reality is, her and this young man are no longer together. At some point, I'm expecting him to be in a relationship with someone else. So that's problematic in itself, because you mean to tell me that you're going to continue to just pop up and sit in on his father and son time, you know, with y'all child, and where's the significant other going to be? That just seems very antagonistic and problematic. Like, to me, she's checking off a lot of the list of unhealthy characteristics, and she needs some real medical intervention for her behavior. It needs to be addressed and corrected, because otherwise we're going to see them continuously in the headlines. It's not going to stop at just, oh, you know, these accusations and things. It's going to get worse. And because they're so young, this can go on forever. This, like, if this is not corrected right now, I can't let that go, because we see too much of this, and then there's always an example made in an extreme way. I don't want anything to happen to him, nor do I want anything to happen to her. This can really spiral and, you know what I mean, into some real dark shit, and it needs to be, like, addressed.
So let's address the declaration. I want to thank Chef for sending me the paperwork. Shout out to the street committee. He always on it. This is the link for anybody to join. So let's read what she put in her protective order. I, Halle Bailey, declare the following. I am a petitioner in this case. I have personal knowledge of the facts I state below, and if I were to be called a witness, I would competently testify to what I have written in this declaration. Exhibits referenced below are true and correct copies of the identified document and are incorporated by reference at the place indicated by the exhibit letter. I submit the declaration in support of my request for domestic violence restraining order. Darrell Dwayne Granberry Jr., also known as DDG, and I were involved in a romantic relationship for about 2 years, beginning in 2022 and ended in 2024. Our son, Halle St. Granberry, was born on December 22nd of 2023. Throughout our relationship and continuing to date, Daryl has been and continues to be physically, verbally, emotionally, and financially abusive towards me. I am seeking orders to protect myself and our son, Halo, from his ongoing abuse. Daryl is a professional YouTube and Twitch blogger and rapper. Whenever he wishes to cause upset, he starts bad-mouthing me to his several millions of fans. He claims I am withholding our son and that I am with other men. As a result, I then receive threats and hate on social media. He seems to try to set up drama for his fans. He goes live ranting about me and alleges that I am keeping Halo from him. This is false. I have requested a set schedule, which he refuses. I am also a public figure and am subject to public scrutiny and hate. As recently as this morning, May 13th of 2025, Daryl was given an interview in Miami on TikTok talking about our son flipping the script, claiming he is getting hated on by his fans. To be clear, I do not go on social media discussing our relationship or any of our issues related to our son. Only he does that. He is the one who creates this frenzy with his and my fan bases, and he is now going online to continue talking about it, furthering the frenzy. This is not child-centered. I have asked him to stop this behavior. He continues. He gets paid for hits, and this creates hits for him. Our relationship ended in 2024 because of Daryl's temper and lack of respect towards me. There have been numerous incidents of physical abuse even before Halo was born. He often calls me profanities, including bitch. He often called me evil. And since we broke up, we have had ongoing issues related to Daryl's last-minute demands to see Halo without any schedule. He will not commit to any regular visits or schedule for visits. He demands Halo when it is convenient for Daryl only. I never know when I will get Halo back or when or where he will be. Based on my discussions with him and his mother, I am aware that Daryl leaves Halo with his mother most of the visits, and his mother cares for Halo. I want Daryl's family to be close with Halo, but I believe Daryl should be present instead of simply leaving Halo with his family for days. Ma'am, your baby daddy is an entrepreneur and has to work, just like you. Hello. On January 18th of 2025, Daryl called and said he was coming over to get Halo, who was just 13 months at the time. I let him into my house and asked him politely when he would bring Halo back. I have repeatedly asked Daryl to set a schedule. He did not want to talk and refused to tell me when he would bring Halo back. The discussion continued as I walked with him outside to assist to put Halo in the car seat. I was buckling the baby into his seat and physically got into the back seat to adjust the car seat. I had left my front door open and was not even fully dressed, as I was not even wearing shoes. Daryl kept repeating, "Get out of my car, bitch." Halo was crying. I repeatedly pleaded with him to stop calling me a bitch. I felt very nervous that he was taking Halo with him and was very agitated. I did not feel safe leaving a baby with him in his state. I also wanted to know when he would bring Halo back. He would not tell me. This argument then escalated. The next thing I knew, things got physical between us. We fought each other, wrestling and tussling. At one point, Daryl was pulling my hair. He then slammed my face on the steering wheel, causing my tooth to get chipped. I then stopped fighting back as I was in a lot of pain. I wanted to get out of the car with Halo, but was now stuck. Daryl then said that since I would not leave the baby in the car, he would take me with them. He drove quickly towards his house. When we arrived at his house, I was crying and told his family what had happened. I begged his family, who were there, to help me figure out a schedule with him. They said, just leave Halo and go. I left hysterical. I had bruises on my arms and chipped tooth. True and correct copies. Okay, so TMZ worded it one way, but now that we're reading the actual declaration, she's saying that she pretty much got stuck in the car and he drove off with her in it, even though she didn't want to leave the baby with him anyway in this state. On March 3rd of 2025, Daryl had Halo in his care. I was to pick up Halo at 3 p.m. that day. Instead, at approximately 12 p.m., while I was away from my home, Daryl came to my home and entered my home without my permission or knowledge. He does not have a key to my home. I will bring a copy of the Ring camera footage from that day that shows Daryl entering my sliding door on the side of my house and going upstairs. I wonder why she didn't include that, like, right here, right now, since she's talking about all past incidents anyway. Nothing she's speaking about is in real time. It's all past tense. So I wonder why she just didn't include all of that. I mean, she included everything else. After he entered my home, Darryl then went to my bedroom and sent me pictures of my empty bed. He sent me a hold on. She was away from the home, and Darryl got in through a sliding door on the side of the house. Okay, so I'm confused about why was her sliding door open and she wasn't there. Anyway, he sent me threatening texts. Now I know what you've been on, LOL, which I understood to be accusing me of having sex with other men, which I believe. Exhibit. This left me feeling very unsafe and nervous that he would enter my home again. When I was there on March 7th of 2025, Halo and I were both sick with RSV at my home. Darryl stopped by to see Halo. I had already warned about our sickness. I made it clear to him that I did not want Halo leaving my home because he was sick. When I told Darryl that, he became very angry with me. He raised his voice. He became verbally abusive toward me, hurling bad names at me. He then saw that the Ring camera was recording. He unplugged the Ring camera, opened the side door, and threw the Ring camera out of my home. I went outside to retrieve the Ring camera. He then locked me out of my house. I went around the back and came into the house through another entrance. I plugged the camera back in and called my family member for help with her on the phone. I repeatedly asked, you called your relative for help. So what does that mean? And if you needed help, what was your relative going to do? Why not call 911 if he's vandalizing you? I told him he was being rude and I was too sick to deal with it. He would not leave. Now, this is hold on. So you call your relative. I'm thinking she about to say she calling a relative who's like in the house, like she's calling out to someone who's actually in the house with her. No, you pick up your phone to call a relative to do what? Like, why not have called 911, especially since this is following all these like very violent episodes. Y'all already had this whole physical situation, which you said he was the aggressor in. You've had your tooth chipped, etc. You find him dangerous so much that you didn't even think Halo should have been with him, and yet you are still giving him permission to come to your. When he realized that my family member was on the phone line, he became enraged. Around the same time, I noticed that he also saw the Ring camera was back on. He smashed the camera. I have this recorded and we'll bring the recording to the hearing. Darryl then grabbed my phone and hung up on my call to my family member. At some point, while he was distracted, I was able to get Halo from him. Darryl then ran out of the house with my phone. I followed, begging to please give me my phone back. He got into his car and closed the door on me while I was holding Halo. Darryl then drove off and threw my phone out the window and yelled, "Go get it, bitch." As a result of this incident, I filed a police report. I am attaching as Exhibit 3 a true copy of the police card, incident report, case number, etc. This lack of schedule and Darryl's random demands caused me great distress. So I wonder why she called the police then over, but she didn't call the police or didn't get medical treatment for the other incident. I'm always
outside. It was outside, Conscious. That's because they were from behind closed doors. They were out in the public with this now. You know what I'm saying? She in the car and all of that. He throwing phones out the windows. Like, she probably thought somebody knew who they were. You know what I'm saying? Because clearly they in her neighborhood, right? People know that she lives, even if it's an upscale neighborhood. Like, she probably thought people heard or saw something, even, you know what I'm saying, from their houses. So.
Okay. This lack of schedule and Darryl's random demands caused me great distress. I am a singer and actress. I am often on set or having to arrange my schedule ahead of time. I must be able to work. People begin threatening me, and this creates fear for me. I have attempted to work with Darryl to set up a schedule for Halo, but he refuses to talk to me and goes live to blast me to his fans. I also continue to try to work with his mother to try to arrange time for Darryl to be with Halo. I was filming in New Jersey last month and arranged for his mother to come and take Halo to visit his father. In coordinating the trip, I learned that Darryl had purchased a one-way ticket for his mother to come to New Jersey and to take Halo to him. He demanded I pay the cost of the return ticket and would not book it. I had a lawyer get involved in order to protect our son and draft an agreement to ensure that our son would be returned to me. I was glad that I could facilitate the visit, but it created tremendous stress for me and disrupted my work while I was dealing with Darryl's threats. The court should Also be aware that Daryl's mother and I discussed further visits after the visit last month, but Daryl chose not to see our son. This is not unusual. Daryl often goes weeks without contact and demands Halo that very day. Daryl's mother and I discussed that I would be back in LA with Halo returning on May 11th of 2025. Our communication evidencing these discussions are attached. Then on May 5th of 2025, the night of the Met Gala, Daryl started up again online. He went live on Twitch channel, voicing that he was unable to see his son, implying that I was keeping Halo from him. He then created a firestorm of media around freeing Halo from me, seeing various social media messages directed at me. His fans then began accusing me of refusing to share Halo and being out partying with other men, given the fact that Daryl's mother and I had texted about my whereabouts a week prior, and Daryl did not wish to see Halo after his last visit. The timing of his Twitch post was intended to ruin my night, which it did. I could not concentrate or be present at the Met Gala. I was worried about the situation again. Every time this happened, I felt scared, anxious, and worried about Halo's safety as well as my own. I have noticed a pattern of Daryl doing this when I have events related to my career, although I am trying to work hard to provide for our son. Likewise, the weekend of Mother's Day, May 9th through the 11th of this year, I left New Jersey with Halo and went on a short vacation with my sister. Daryl again accused me of being with other men and posting about my relationship with other men. As always, this caused me great distress. I even texted him hoping he would stop. Quote, Daryl, are you not tired of harassing me? You make up a new lie on me every day. I'm in St. Lucia having fun with Shermay and Chloe, not with any man out here. I wouldn't do that. I have Halo. I told your mom I was going to be with my sister last week. Please let me enjoy my Mother's Day in peace. I hope you are okay and feel better soon. More recently, this has become extremely upsetting to me because Daryl refuses to work with my attorney to set up any set schedule. Instead, he is threatening that he will take our son 50% of the time and pay me zero support. It should be noted that he has never paid me child support, and I have never sought child support from him. I have asked him, however, to contribute to Halo's expenses. Only on one occasion has he done so. We see Halo gifted all the time and lives in a big ass, gigantuous, probably oversized house. And once again, this is interesting because she's in a lot of Daryl's footage on his platform for this is very convoluted and very interesting to me. It should be noted that he never paid me child support, etc. I am contractually committed to, here we go, filming a movie out of the country in Italy on June 7th of this year for approximately 2 months. I have been and remain the only caretaker of Halo throughout his entire life. I do not believe it's in Halo's best interest to be left with Daryl, or more likely his mother, because Daryl leaves town on a weekly basis most weeks, especially for the entire 8 weeks. I am seeking permission to take Halo with me to Italy so I can continue caring for him. I am contractually bound to be in Italy to film. I have family and a nanny who will be traveling with me to care for Halo while I am working. I have done everything possible to avoid going to court. I have tried to placate Daryl by providing him access to Halo, even though he is not with Halo and often leaves Halo with his mother. I have facilitated his visits no matter where I am and often last minute. I realize that there is no placating Daryl. I cannot allow this abuse any longer. I cannot keep living like this. I never know when he's going to demand our son to be in his mother's care and whether I will be subjected to his threats and abuse. As of the date I am signing this declaration, Daryl is in Miami online railing against me, alleging he cannot see his son. He is not in LA. I have planned on Daryl picking up Halo on Monday, yesterday, at my home in LA. His attorney has not responded to mine to arrange, but you just said that you don't believe he should be in the care of his father, and then just admitted out of the other side of your neck that as of right now, you plan on Daryl picking up Halo, and y'all speak. I'm done with that. I'm done with it.
What the issue is? conscious people read, and people are not comprehending. They're not reading to actually get the full picture. They're not remembering what they read prior in a paragraph before. Because while you were reading, I promise you to God, I'm like, wait a minute, she's contradicting herself. You don't want him, you don't feel safe with him being with the mother, being with the grandmother, or the father. But you just said the grandmother, you allowed your baby, you called her, y'all talked, you sent that baby with her on a plane to go be with his father. So what's the issue with the mother? You're not making any fucking sense. This is a control thing. Even the whole talk about not him paying no child support and things of this nature, why does he need to pay you child support? You're financially stable, he's financially stable. If you agree to allow him to have 50-50 rights to this baby, see, I guess some of us, so this is where the new mom shit kick in for me. Where I'm like, okay, she young, she dumb, she's new to this, she's doing all the traditional toxic ass new mom, baby mama drama bullshit. But at some point, that goes beyond my compassion for her, because what she's saying makes no sense. It's a fucking contradiction on top of a contradiction. You're upset because this man, what if he decides to, let's just say hypothetically, he wants to take his streaming on a roll. He wants to go on a roll for a month.
I don't
Let alone
understand.
2 months.
I don't understand why it's okay for her to have nannies to care for her son while she's working, but his nanny can't be his own mother, who is Halo's grandmother, while he's working.
It's just not making no sense. If the roles were reverse conscious, she would absolutely have a fit.
She's literally admitting that they're doing the same thing in that regard, but she's only, it's almost like she's forgetting to maintain continuity as she's typing this up, and so she ends up like telling the whole story, which ends up contradicting when she's being more narrative and agenda led. Because you get to have nannies, you are going to be on set, which means you're not going to be able to be a mother because you're working, like Daryl's working as a father, and just like he has to work and he has obligations. Instead of him employing a nanny, guess who gets to be his nanny? Halo's grandmother. So what is the problem? And then somebody said she never said she doesn't trust his mother. She actually did. And she literally said this, and I quote, "I do not believe it's in Halo's best interest to be left with Daryl, or more likely his mother, because Daryl leaves town on a weekly basis most weeks." So she doesn't believe Halo's in the best interest of the mama or Halo. But yet, to Ruma's point, the mama is a part of the mediating, and she's communicating with the mother, and she actually has a problem with the son being in the mother's care, because she says this at the end of her declaration: "I cannot keep living like this. I never know when he's going to demand our son be in his mother's care." Why is that a problem? Like, Halo has a whole other side of the family.
And the reality is,
he's in the care of his loved ones. He's in the care of his grandmother, just like.
And that's the solution. Like, for me, it don't make sense, because you apparently trust this woman to some degree. Again, you let this woman take your baby on a fucking flight. You trusted her. So what is the real issue? Are you like, because I tend to see, have you guys, I know I'm not the one to experience this, but just for general sakes, have you guys not heard women, single moms, that feel some kind of way that when their kids are with the father, the grandmothers have him, everybody have him but him, and he's running the street, this and the third, and they speak with such animosity. And I always be the one to say, for me, I don't give a flying fuck that he's not being left in no danger. He's with his relatives. Motherfucker, go and give me a break. But that ain't what she wants. Halle is not looking for a peaceful arrangement that allows him, DDG, to have equal rights to Halo. That's not what she's looking for. That's not what she wants. And what's frustrating is fuck to me, as
And
many
look,
single black moms out here that want they complain about men not being in their fucking children's lives, being deadbeats and everything else, fucking emotionally fucking absence and that, all the things that single mothers complain about. I don't be understanding the hatred of when you find one or two out of millions that literally want to be in their children's life, and we see they're not, from what we see, again, there's nothing toxic happening, nothing, no harm being all we see is a father loving and being proud to be a fucking parent to this fucking little boy. What the fuck is the issue?
look, here's the thing. I don't even believe that DDG is some damn perfect person either. I believe he is antagonistic. He's petty as hell. He plays social media games. He's young. He's stupid. But to your point, like, they both are literally that. And just because everybody else know of Ariel is the fact that she's been Ariel. Like, baby, you got to do your research a little bit more, and also get a good whiff of what Halle has expressed about herself. Not even what other people have to say about her. What she says about herself, which is why we be running that beautiful being footage. So that's kind of like why I don't even like covering these like type of relationships when it's so much bullshit on both ends, because both people will be like right a little bit, wrong a little bit, both be fucking menacing. I mean, even all this is coming up in the Cassie Diddy shit. Like, it's this pendulum always swinging from left to fucking right. And when it comes to them situations, it's honestly best to just let people work their shit out, because I don't know what can be said when you have two problematic ass people in a situation, both being the hero and both being the villain. And this declaration, it is fucking confusing. It's all over the place. The timing is interesting. And people talking about, somebody said in the comment section, she felt away about the mama because she told the mama about the abuse, and the mama didn't do nothing. She didn't tell us that the mama didn't do nothing. All her declaration says was that once they got to the house, she told the family, and then she left hysterical. So now the question is, since Halle is a grown-ass woman, what was she supposed to do? What was she supposed to do about her situation? The mama don't have more onus on protecting Halle than Halle has on protecting Halle. So what was Halle supposed to do?
Remember, in one of DDG's videos, he was discussing how his mom and her mom were like the mediators. They talked to each other or talked to her, like, because they, when things would be really, really heated, they couldn't communicate with each other. So his mom and her mom would get involved. So it's kind of weird and strange that she would even because she said it in a roundabout way, but it was very direct for me. Like, why would you keep referencing his mom? And if it was a thing of her trying to, like, show the courts, oh, the big Halo's always with his mom when it's his time, or whatever the case may be, it's still like, you can't have it both ways. You cannot say in one statement that you're not comfortable with him being with his father. That means, i.e., you don't trust his father. He's not providing a safe environment, or whatever the case be. That's what you're suggesting by the statements, right? But then you frown on the alternative that you have been shown us that you are comfortable with anyway. You're comfortable with his mother being around Halo and having Halo. So why is she being brought into this conversation, and you're addressing him abusing you allegedly? It's
This
weird.
Like, this is why I'm interested in hearing from the other side, because let me correct what I just said. She did say her claim is that she begged the family who were there to help her figure out a schedule with him, and they said just leave Halo and go, and she left hysterical. Okay, so she claimed that they didn't do anything practically, and now the question is why they didn't do anything. Is it because They understood you were the aggressor. Like, this is one side of the situation. We haven't heard DDG. We haven't heard from the mama. We've only heard from from Halle. And she's only one side of the truth, which is why DDG need to handle this and bring his side and everybody else's side up into the equation so that we can see a full picture and so that the judge can see a full picture, because we're only getting one side of a story, and that side doesn't per se make it true in and of itself. And let me tell you something. I have a brother and a best friend who have had to go through actually worse than this with the mother of their children. I'm talking about poke condoms, weaponize CPS, be jealous and mad at niggas that told them they only wanted to cut, and then fucked around and got pregnant. And then when the baby didn't result in a relationship, made parenting completely complicated. Literally fought for custody for children that they don't even really care for. Children getting bit up by bed bugs, the whole motherfucking nine. All just to get at the baby daddy, because they know that that's the weakness to the baby daddy is the kids. To your point, Rumors, I have directly been involved and seen what the other side of this shit look like. I know what toxic baby daddies look like. I've seen what toxic ass baby mamas look like. It definitely goes both ways. I think because the conversations a lot of times get centered around toxic baby fathers, because men are not like, we're living in an era where men just recently honestly started talking about their experiences. For a long time, men just dealt with shit. They just dealt with shit. They, kept their business to themselves. And so women were largely able to kind of hold that space and use that space to testify to their experiences of men. Now we're living in an age where men are also coming forward. Men are taking up space in this conversation and talking about the way they are victimized. To anybody who's been in just living real life, we can see this shit in real life. So that's why for me, I am interested to hear from both sides, not just Halle's side. Her word isn't the truth in and of itself. And since they've put a court in between us, I'm interested in seeing a court get to the bottom of this, and interested in seeing if DDG is going to respond to this, because he was the one who initially threatened the courts, and he didn't do that because he just wanted the situation to play out.
I really do feel like I do feel like domestic violence was an issue for them. I don't think it was the extremes that she's perpetuating, that what she's describing. I really, and I don't want to sound stupid saying this, because I feel like there's no such thing. Well, things can't be extreme. I don't think their situations were extreme. I think they were toxic as fuck, but I don't think they were extreme. But I feel like, and it does not give him a pass if he's defending himself. But I feel like majority of the time, she has definitely been the antagonist. I do feel like they have fought each other. And unfortunately for him, he should, in my opinion, because of him being black and him being a male, the double standard for me is, it is so frustrating. But I am an equal opportunist, and I believe if a woman is attacking a man and he wants to defend himself, but I think there's a certain level, like at some point, do you hold yourself accountable? He should have been. We talked about this conscious. He should have been went and got sought legal rights to his son. He should have been. And I don't know, because he does have his last name, so I'm assuming DDG has the birth
I told him
certificate.
to do it. I said,
Yeah,
look,
like, I don't understand. But
go get your courts involved and get situated, because
yes, but to your
if
point,
y'all ain't been able to work it out up to now, y'all probably won't be able to work it out.
To your
Period.
point, it takes for a lot of fathers,
Hold on, hold on,
especially
if this commentary is too much for some of y'all, please move the hell around. Ain't nobody doing a goddamn thing to Haley. Is Haley here right now? Has Haley been added at this live stream? Is Haley on StreamYard? Y'all don't know what the fuck going on. We don't know what the fuck going on. We're speculating based upon what we all have been seeing is going on. Okay? So if y'all don't want nobody caping for DDG, then don't cape for fucking Haley. If you're going to cape for DDG, then be open to people who are considering. I mean, if y'all want to cape for Haley, then be open and considerate to people seeing it from DDG side. Because once again, we only have one fucking side. So if you're going to be so-called opinionated, be opinionated and respect other people's fucking opinions, because Haley is not your sister. She's not your mother. She's not your daughter. She's not your neighbor. You don't know Haley. You don't know who the fuck she is behind closed doors. All you know is what DDG say about her and what the hell he says about him. And if you're going to take a side, that's perfectly fine here. But Haley isn't the only person in this situation, and it is not implausible that she too is toxic and have toxic ways, especially when that's the shit she's admitted about her fucking self. She said it about her. She said it. Not TMZ, not Baller Alert, not Twitter, not TikTok, not a third party, not her baby daddy. She has been saying this shit about her. That she toxic, she like toxic niggas, she run her niggas like a cell block, that she can't function without her child. She said those things. So go get up under her shit and talk to her about her. Okay? Because people who done heard that, people who done seen them interviews, people who done been in them live streams, people who done seen them Instagram posts are not going to act like she didn't say it. Now, if you don't want that to be true, that's a personal issue for you. If you don't like that Little Miss Mermaid also done played Ursula in real life, you got to take that up with her, boo. Okay? We're talking about what she's made known about her out of her own motherfucking mouth. And if the heat here in the kitchen is too thick for some of y'all, hold on. If you being an empath right now and you can't take Haley coming under constructive criticism and you are just Bluetooth into that and it's just paining you and burning you up, please do yourself the favor and sit this one out, baby. All content on this platform is not equal. There's going to be some shit that's going to sit well with your spirit, and there's going to be other things that's going to fuck with your heart and your mind. Don't sit up over her and be triggered, baby. Trigger yourself on out the door, sleep on it, drink some milk, put a warm rag over your head, pray about it, and wake up to a new day, baby, and try again. Okay? Haley is somewhere breastfeeding Halo, not giving a fuck about you caping for her and not giving a fuck about anybody up here constructively criticizing her. Okay? She's too rich to be here. Okay? So if you thick and you triggered, trigger on out the door. It's okay. Like, it's literally okay. If you have any empirical evidence to support what Haley is saying, please provide it. My email is consciouztv@gmail.com. Okay? If you have DDG side, please email that to me at consciouztv@gmail.com. We allowed the pendulum to swing both ways over here, girl. Okay? We truly can be a non-biased platform and call it both ways, down the middle, put accountability on all parties, no parties, stand on who's right, stand who's on wrong, and prioritize the actual truth. So if you're looking for an emotional commentary centered around women, woman, after we just got finished dealing with all this goddamn Jane Doe shit with Jay-Z and seeing fucking women weaponize fucking allegations against motherfucking men, I already told y'all, baby, I'm done. baby, I ain't got no motherfucking allegiance based upon identity politics, though. I want to see the facts. I want to see both sides. And if you're not clear enough to not know that a picture along with a story is not per se proof in and of itself of anything, it's just a picture that has a story attached to y'all. Okay? Keke Palmer should have taught y'all ass to hold your mule, but she didn't. Some of y'all still need that work. Some of y'all still need egg on your face. Some of y'all still need to do all of that, despite all these women playing on y'all head tops out here in the media. Baby, y'all can do that, okay? I won't. I'm going to be in the middle. I'm going to give my commentary based upon what the fuck I've seen and what the fuck I know. And if you haven't seen it and you don't know it, that's once again a personal problem. But if you need that, you can get that by typing in DDG and Halo on my platform so you can see what the rest of us have already seen. And then if that can lead you to enlightenment, so be it. If it don't, so be it. If you think DDG is a piece of shit, so be it. If you think she's right, so be it. If you take it at face value, so be it. It's all right. It's also all right for the complete opposite of that to happen. Go ahead, Lumens and T.
I was just thinking about the confirmation when you were saying, like, you know, your brother and friends. I too have actually seen, like, the men in my family and some of my exes that went to court, had to fight to get custody of their children because of, you know, all the toxic baby mama drama. And like I watched, so it wasn't, and I saw, and I'm very critical. You know, I always saying I'm a woman first, I'm a mom second, and I'm somebody's partner third, right? And I'm like, I see it. You know, I can step out of. I know how to compartmentalize it. I'm very well at that. And I'm like, you know, I see the flip side of what people want to ignore when it comes to women with children and that are not with the kid's father anymore. And we know we know all of the things that men's community contributes when it comes to the family dynamics and all of that. But let's not keep ignoring, you know what I'm saying, woman's contribution to the toxicity and all of those things or whatever. I know for a long time, um, when I was like a little kid and coming into teenage years, I know I watched a lot of men back then like suffer in silence. Men actually wanted to be in their children's lives, and women that weaponized the children, and things that keeping the kids away, taking them out of town, all type of shenanigans or whatever. And men didn't press the issue. They just went, and that made cause some of them to become even more unhinged and disgruntled and things of that nature. But they didn't go to the courts, and now we see that it's happening. I know for the last 30 years of my life it has happened. I've seen men fight for their children, so I
It's
don't understand.
women who don't even believe y'all, and y'all are women up here and testifying to both sides of this. So this really is just about allegiance. It's about it's about women wanting people to pledge an allegiance based upon identity. This is a game of identity politics. And then it's people like us who are more rooted in fact finding, proof finding, and then considering everything and coming up with a fully informed conclusion. But we done been here enough, and we've covered enough of these stories throughout the years to know. Same thing happens with the LGBT community. Same thing happens with the Black community, the Black men's community. It centers around identity, and you don't get to be objective. You don't get to hear both sides. You don't get to treat it exactly how the courts are going to treat it, because DDG is legally allowed to contest this. He's going to be able to assert his side if that's what he wants and chooses to do. While the public only likes to yield to emotional pleas and perceptions, and then have the audacity to not even have bared witness to all of the information that is out there that came out of people's own mouths about themselves, and then be standing loud and tall is a very fascinating thing. But I don't even take social media seriously enough, because I know I said what the fuck I said, and I know you said what the fuck you said, and that's just what the fuck people gonna have to live
Ain't
with.
gonna change it.
So
Ain't gonna change it.
that,
Ain't gonna correct it because I'm not even at this point. I'm not even applying it to these two individuals. These things happen, and
they
see
are willing,
that's the reason
they
why.
are willing not to believe you, rumors, as a woman they can actually talk to. They can't even get they can't even get a message read by Haley. You
See
you
that's
are
why
actually you are actually a tangible woman who is speaking as a woman about women. And other women don't even want to see it for you in this commentary about a woman they can't even get a Twitter reply back from.
But you know, conscious, that's why I compartmentalize the conversation for myself. I speak initially on the individuals of the topic, but it always goes deeper for me. And so, because I expect this, listen, I've been in spaces with relatives, friends, and even foes, okay, and have had these conversations. I'm always going to be, you know what I'm saying, the odd one out because I don't conform to. You know what I'm saying, the general public, even my family, I don't conform to other people's talking points when they are not facts. I'm speaking factual things, things that actually happen, the truths, things that I've seen and experienced with my own eyes. And the sad part about it is that's why I personally, as a cisgender African American Black woman, I choose to be one of the ones to hold women's community feet to the fire. At the end of the day, we complain about these fucking children because everything has a domino effect. We complain about these children not being properly raised, needing this, that, and the third, all of the things. Well, I don't see how we can't look at this situation as a prime example of if they don't fucking correct their own issues individually and then collectively correct the issues between them in a productive manner, Halo's going to be the one that is going to be ultimately affected the worst out of the situation because he's the fucking only innocent party in the whole fucking equation. He's literally the only innocent party. And I don't understand how people can't fucking see the bigger picture of that. But people, in my opinion, a lot of people that suffer from unhealed trauma in this manner, baby daddy, baby mama drama bullshit, they actually don't, I don't think they want to see a good example and see two people, unhealthy people get healed and do things the proper way because vicariously they're enjoying this because misery loves fucking company.
Let me tell you something. Look, I got to be very transparent. I have been far more misandrous than I should have been because everybody knows how I feel, especially about Black men's community. Baby, I have seen it all. I understand. I get it. And I have definitely talked my shit. I have gotten into a whole red pill wars. I have had Black men's community on the internet drag the fuck out of me for speaking the truth about men. But when I speak about men, I am speaking generally and oftentimes from a place of statistics. But that should not be conflated with that needing that rendering me incapable of assessing situations per situation, which I'm always going to do. Those are two different conversations about patriarchy, toxic masculinity, which we can always have a conversation about generally, while also the other reality is that obviously not all men are this, not all baby daddies are this, not all Black men are this. And when we have individual cases playing out before us, we should take it upon ourselves to be responsible and to set our biases aside to assess the information we have available to us. And once again, I realize that we all have different information available to us. Obviously, there are people who have not heard certain things come out of Haley's mouth about herself. There are people who have heard those things. So even how everybody is informed is different because not everybody has been exposed to the same information, the same data, and whatever other things are contributing to their understanding of a situation. But I have been misandrous, and for a long time, I've kept my foot on black men's neck. I have actually had to break up some of the monotony of my own tension toward black men after witnessing black men in my own life be victimized in ways that were unjust, just flat out evil, and flat out fucking wrong. And I've bared witness to black women being just as evil, manipulative, bigoted, destructive as black men have been. And I can bring both parties on this platform. I can bring black women on this platform who've been victimized by black men, and I can bring black men who have been victimized by black women. Matter of fact, a good prime example of this in terms of this, because I'm glad you up here as a woman, because you've been here long enough to know what the fuck I'm talking about as well. We have watched black women struggle to empathize with other groups as well. We've watched black women completely be bigoted toward black trans women. We know the conversations around the tension between gay black men and black women. I also had a good friend up here named Balar or Baloran. I don't forgot the damn good friend name. From Grapevine. A good associate of mine. I was so disappointed when Balaran had the nerve to be vulnerable in front of everybody on this platform and speak about his experience as a black man who is well built. Balaran is sexy as fuck, big chocolate, got a Terminator ass body. Wakanda forever. His preference was black women. He always wanted to date black women. He grew up in black people's spaces. When he would outsource for dating, he could not catch the same luck he was catching when it came to white women. White women was swiping right and swiping hard. And despite his attempts to want him a black girlfriend, which was his preference, he ended up having to settle for being loved by who loved him. And he had to stop figuring out why he was considered a square, why he was considered, why his dating equity didn't translate as cool, because Balaran, despite his masculine domineering appearance, he's soft, he's tender, he's a hopeless romantic, he's a geek, he's a nerd. You know, he's into things that are considered to be unconventional to the black culture. And when he simply shared that, do you know how many black women chewed Balaran up about his own fucking anecdotal experiences? And instead of actually evaluating this culture within the black community around how blackness should be defined, and the way that both black women and black men participate in anti-blackness, and the way we snatch people's black cards away from them, or the way they no longer become trendy and cool to the culture because of their hobbies and interests, or because they don't assimilate to the traditional standards of whatever the fuck black people, black women consider masculine. Instead of actually doing the forensics on that shit, they decided to make Balaran the bad guy. They decided to make Balaran the villain in the situation, and completely deflected from the phenomenon within the culture that was shaping his personal experience. I've watched this with my own eyes. I've watched this with my own eyes. I have black men in my life right now being terrorized by the mother of their children because these women don't have it in them to get over the fact that they procreated with a man who didn't want them and were integral enough to say in the beginning they only wanted the pussy. And they decided to still embark upon a sex-driven relationship, despite knowing what the tea was, despite knowing where they stood, but because in their hearts, they want what they want. They thought that, hey, I don't have to listen to this man tell me that he's only looking for sex and he doesn't want a girlfriend and that he's only interested in hooking up because I think he's worthy of being my man. So let me forfeit that information and that data and let me insist upon the relationship I want. And then I will go to the extremes to manipulate him into giving me what I want, even if it means me believing that if I had his child, I somehow will virtue myself in his eyes, and maybe that would bring him to the light. And then when that man doubles down on the fact that even as a baby mama, I don't want you as a girlfriend, and having the child does not change what I told you and we discussed and what you told me you were okay with. You secretly had another agenda in your heart, despite everything that we understood about our situation, insisted upon doing what you wanted to do under the guise that we were on the same page. And now that you're still not getting what you want, it's time to Jason Voorhees my ass. Because you don't realize the problem wasn't me. The problem was you, and not being clear about yourself, not being clear about another person's truth, and being agenda driven. And now the fucking man is being turned every which way but loose, and the child is being weaponized as a grievance point and as a fucking weapon because of choices that were consciously made on the woman's part. And I'm watching literally everything happen, from CPS lying, manipulating, withholding the child. I've seen it from both ends. I'm just not going to pretend that I haven't. And I don't give a fuck about how no one community feels about that, because I'm going to always tell it from both sides. I'm always going to consider both sides. I'm always going to do the individual research. And I'm over this identity politic ass shit. I'm personally done with it. I don't give a damn. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I will call LGBT people out and have them hoes be mad. I will call black men out and have them hoes be mad. And I'm a black man. I will call black women out and hold black women accountable. Be mad. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I am done. 2020-25 will have nothing to do with identity politics on this platform. Whoever the fuck need that, gonna get that. And if folk can't handle that, baby, move the fuck around, because I'm okay. I'm okay. Rumors?
Yeah. I stand in solidarity with you. And there's no biases on my part. And I'm not going to ever be biased based upon identity of any sort.
And that's why you're going to be a minority.
And I'm okay with that.
It's always going to be the minority.
Yeah, I've been a minority all my life. So, that label, even though I don't care for labels, I'm all right with that. And for me, my stance point has always been, I've looked and I've searched and I said there's been something lacking in women's community. There has been. And I know that it comes from the battle fatigue, all of the wars that we internally and externally as well. I do understand what the source and the root of the problem has been, but I am no longer concerned or interested with having the same conversation where it's bashing of the black man and bashing of the LGBTQ. I'm not interested in any of that, because it's a strategic device that has been embedded in us, and it has gotten us nowhere. As a black woman, I sat back and I reflected on my own childhood experiences, and times are so much different, people are so much different, but yet the same. And I said, but what is lacking? What is missing? And I feel like women's community, we lack to have compassion for anyone within our own race. We don't have the compassion. And it is really disheartening. That doesn't mean, I guess it's so used to us just sitting up here and just going at the black man, the black man, the black man. But I know that we play a role in this thing. Like,
Everybody
we're
does,
not,
and they know it.
yeah, we're not.
They know it too, and they know it too.
We're not absolute victims in anything. It is at this point so many punches have been thrown from both sides that we're equally both the bad guys, if you want to use that term. We're both equally the problem. And
Oh,
so
damn.
I'm just interested in,
It's going down right now. So DDG has responded. DDG's mother has responded. Let me show y'all this. I'll continue on, Aromas. I'm gathering.
no, I'm saying I just want us to start working on really healing so we can get back to a healthy space. At the end of the day, like, not to excuse his behavior or whatever, like, but I feel like
I don't even know
Halle,
what his
she
behavior
needs
is.
help. Yeah, I just feel like Halle needs help, like, ultimately, because if all of that she's accusing them of him specifically of doing to her, why did she sit back and wait so long? Like, there's some, like, we have to tug at her wig, like, sis, like, what the fuck, like, niece, like, what are you doing? What are you
Anytime,
doing?
anytime anybody comes out and speaks out of their mouth, we're definitely going to break it down. We definitely gonna speak to it. And once again, we talking about things that came out of Haley's mouth. Haley's mouth. We don't need third-party information, honey. We're talking about what has come out of her mouth. So apparently DDG found out live, which I went to his Twitch when this news broke. He had ended his live apparently, and I could see from the comment section his fans were like going crazy, like, "Oh, this is fucked up," blah 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 blah. And I wasn't able to actually catch the visual, but this apparently is the visual. This is DDG finding out through live streaming that he that a protective order has been issued against him. So check this out.
Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Don't even.
That can't even be real.
Fuck all that, bro. Fuck all that.
But that can't even be real. That's the thing.
But don't even. But you remember we talked about last night. Fuck all that. Let me say something. It's not.
No, I'm saying, but I don't know where that even came from.
Yo, stop these fake allegations. This is a father. This is a real person. It's a good human being.
But I don't.
But hey, bro, we on stream, bro.
Come on, like, I gotta
just don't do it, bro. Come here.
Don't even make no sense.
Fuck all that. That's my real friend. We're not gonna do no false shit to ruin this stream. He's a great human being. He does a lot for a lot of people. He's a man. He's a father, and we're gonna respect him. We're gonna love him. WDDG, and fuck anyone who got anything to say.
Fuck the fake narratives, my nigga. Stop the bullshit. We don't want to hear that shit, bro. That shit is fake.
Listen to R. Kelly. And I feel like, damn, bro. Should I get a stylist?
All right, and DDG's mother responded. She posted this to her stories. She said, "I don't usually comment or say anything on this internet, even with all the negativity, the lies, and hatred towards mine. However, these accusations have made me realize that I have been quiet for too long." Uh-oh. And then she posted this, "Hello, Jesus, take the wheel." And yeah, it looked like it's about to get cracking. It's going to be interesting to see what now they are going to say as it relates to Halle and what's been playing out in the background. And the mama is saying, "Baby, you don't want me to fuck up, sis. Okay, I'm fine with y'all having relationship problems. I'm fine with y'all not getting along. I'm fine with y'all co-parenting, baby. But Miss Mamas, you done got it there and told them for what? That we did what? That we did what? Oh, okay. Nah, you done woke up the whole village, and now the village is about to speak. What you think, Rumors? You think this about to get real ugly?
I think it definitely is. I think she knew exactly what she was doing when she inserted the moms in the family, like specifically to that situation. I definitely believe that it was very strategic on her end. I think she no longer wants to be amicable with these people because she doesn't like at the end of the day, even going using his mom, he still has access to his son. You know what I mean? I think that she wants to eliminate all of that. I personally think she's wanted to have just contact directly with him. I don't think she ever wanted mediators, wanted anyone else to get involved because there's a side of me that is discerning that she actually loved, like you said, she said out of her own mouth, she likes a certain type of guy. She herself is more problematic. I feel like she feeds off of that. She may be an energy vampire.
Said
True
she like
story.
she said she like other thugs. She's the one into the thugs and the bad boys and the destructive boys. And that's what she said she into. She told
Mhm.
us when we was telling her don't ruin your career behind a knucklehead girl. You got a good thing going with Disney. Remember the whole shit came out with Ruby Rose and him texting
Mhm.
her, and she was on Twitter having his back, baby, and telling us that we was jealous and to mind our motherfucking po ass business and every damn thing else. But okay, sis. And matter of fact, what I'm talking about, Ruby Rose. I couldn't find Ruby Rose making accusations about abuse against DDG, but what we do know had happened was that as of 2 months ago, she admitted that she considered DDG to be one of her favorite exes. And at that time, she was only taking that back because he was partying with other women who were not her, and she felt like those women were below his standard. So now she considers him a bum. So how you go from making accusations of abuse against your baby dad, against your ex-boyfriend, to then admitting after you done did and said all of that he actually was your favorite ex, and then the only reason you're going to call him a bum is not because he abused you, but because he putting around with women that you don't approve of. And these are the type of games that people be playing these days. That's why I be sitting the way I see it and be talking how I talk. Because all this shit gets said in one damn sentence. Somebody abuse you, but they your favorite. And they only not your favorite, not because they abuse you, but because they with lesser women. Apollo, get the fuck away from me with this. Get away with this. It's not my fault that these people say contradictory ass shit and say everything out of their motherfucking mouth and just throw everything up against the motherfucking wall. It's not my fault, baby. That other people don't be remembering the shit that come out of people's mouth. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I don't have selective hearing, baby. I hear it all, and that be the problem. The problem be I hear it all. And that's why I can't, that's why half the time I can't have a popular opinion sometimes, because I done heard it all. I remember exactly what everybody is saying and doing. Now the public forgets, but this is my job as a commentator, to maintain continuity, to keep narratives glued together, because I have to pay attention to this shit in ways that other people don't, because this is what the fuck I do. So the problem be, I be remembering it the fuck all. And they do need to respond to this. Some serious claims are being made, claims of abuse, claims of, etc. So DDG and his family, and whom it may concern, and whoever Haley generally made allegations toward, absolutely have a right to step into this group chat to speak to the situation. And I want to hear what they have to say to this. I want to hear it.
And you know what? If I was DDG, I feel like he has, in regards to not slandering her, because even with him, the last live with him, telling his version of what was happening, in my opinion, he still didn't bash her. But I think that I think he really does need to unleash. I don't think he needs to go super, super, like to an extreme, but I do think that he needs to take the muzzle off, however that may appear, like if it's through his attorney, whatever the case may be. But I do think that he needs to take the muzzle off and stop coddling her, because at
Oh,
this point,
oh, he will, and I don't even think he's going to be cute about it. I mean, he's hardly been holding his mule, before it even got this bad. So
yeah, but he
I
hasn't drugged her though.
can only imagine rumors that is about
Yeah,
to
he
go on.
hasn't. That's the one thing I can say, like people not giving any acknowledgement to. Like, I'm not saying like there's different degrees of disrespect and things of that nature, but in my opinion, he has not. He's spoken up and made his own, accusations in regards to her. Well, can't even say accusations, because like you said, it's the proof is in the videos. Like, she's been there, she's intruded on his time, et cetera, et cetera. But he still has not really drugged her. He still, you know what I'm saying? To me, he spoke his piece, and then he went back to make sure, like, he kind of like tried to shield her from, which I never. Now I'm gonna tell you the truth. I never
Are you hold on,
understood.
hold on. Are you talking about in the beginning? Because it's been like different situations. So like this
Yeah, I
last,
know it's been multiple. That's why I said the last
because over the
that last
situation,
video.
over the situation with Kyson, not he had her back when she had overreacted and she had apologized, etc. But then when it came to the custody situation, he kind of came out of his bag. He made a diss song and a hold down, which I'm okay with, because if there's anything that I'm always going to be okay with the black man doing, is standing up for being the fucking dad. I'm never gonna be mad at a nigga for doing what he got to do. To your point, in this era where the black community is claiming that black men this, black men that, black men ain't fathers, black men that. So I'm okay with everything he had to fucking do to make sure he had time with the son she could not have given birth to without his golden seed. So if he had to
Yeah,
diss
but
her ass, if he had to come on Twitch, I'm with all of that. Do what you got to motherfucking do, nigga, for the sake of your parental rights and you're a child. And I wanted him then to take her ass to court and to say the hell with all this trying to get personally situated, because it hardly never does, especially if you are sharing custody with someone who's not being reasonable, who is being more emotionally driven and compelled and inspired. It ain't nothing you can do with that, baby. Okay? Time ain't gonna heal that. Trying to be amicable ain't gonna heal that. You guys to go to court. So he should have took her ass to court from the jump, and then maybe he wouldn't be in a position to where she was able to pull the trigger first, because now that she got first dibs on the narrative due to the court filing, I mean, him working this out in the court of public opinion, he's already starting at a deficit, because it's typically the person who strikes first legally that has the larger privilege and the head start than the person who has to respond. So he fucked around. He dropped the ball. I don't know why, but now she done pulled the trigger legally, and now he got to come back behind that and attempt to coangle his innocence, etc. If he doesn't, what are you going to think about that, rumors? If he doesn't challenge the restraining order and these allegations legally, substantively, will that impact your perception on what you believe, or?
I just feel like that is not an option. I can't even entertain that, because I don't discern that he will not. I feel like, especially with his mom on board, and what, just insinuating the family into it, I just don't see him not moving ahead with seeking legal action. Cause I feel like he's still been easy on her. Like when I consider like the baby and all of them with they toxic baby mama drama, how like especially when the courts have gotten involved, like they have like straight up went extremely hard and went all out off on their baby mamas, drugged the shit out of her. I don't feel like he's gone to that extreme. I feel like he's kind of like how do you say that, tagged it on a fine line. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he's always gotten there, but just never went there. And I feel like I don't want him to go to that extreme, but I do want him to like continue to not hold back. Let your attorney, you know what I'm saying? Tell him every damn thing. What you were trying to prevent, what she showed you was, it was like a I declare war standoff. You know what I'm saying? You put it out there that you were going to do something, and then you didn't follow through with it, and she called your bluff. Because the reality is, I think she always wanted, in my opinion, she always wanted for them to go to court. There's a part of me that really believes
Because
that she
people have
is
to
an
remember that
individual.
everything that she put in a filing is gonna be there forever, and everything he put in a filing about her ass gonna be on record forever.
Mhm,
Yeah, the court's gonna remember
mhm.
it all, not just Halle, baby. They're gonna remember DDG as well. So to your point,
Yeah,
it is gonna be interesting to see what he unleashes, since he did claim he did not want to go to court because of whatever the because was regarding her. But now that she done pulled the trigger, I mean, rightfully so, he got to pull it back. I don't know if
because
he's
I
going to start
believe she
looking
don't think
for.
that he would go there. I don't think she believed that he would actually go there and discuss, like, because he hadn't done it. You know what I mean? Like, even with him discussing, like I said in the last live, even with him making a diss track, he still did not drag this young lady. He really did not. That to me was beyond mild. Like he didn't drag her the way that he should have, in the sense of, yeah, take her ass to court and get your attorney to tell him everything so that she could be put out there. Because I like it's really crazy how, like you stated 1,000 times, she herself has told us who she is. But people want to hold on to the Little Mermaid image. And it's strange as fuck. And it's reminded me of Bobby and Whitney, how no one wanted to acknowledge and receive. Whitney herself was telling people who she was, and everybody wanted to still make it Bobby Brown's fault. Like nobody ever wanted to accept that
Even
when people
even
tell you
after
who
it,
they are.
even after it came out that she was the one that introduced Bobby to the crack, not the other way around.
Like, yeah, like people biases when it comes to people that they
Yeah,
love and admire is really like, to it
it's the
leads people, in my
manipulation.
opinion. Yeah, they be so fucking gaslit that they become delusional and shit. Like they do not want to acknowledge the fucking reality of what we seeing. Like I don't understand. And maybe they haven't been privy. Like, you know, I know in my opinion you was being fair. Some
Yeah.
people don't know. Some people have not seen the footage. But I feel like me myself personally, when I enter into a space of a conversation about something that I'm not aware of, I may have bits and pieces. I learned to sometimes shut the fuck up and just listen before I open my mouth to speak, because I don't know all the, you know, a lot of these people really don't. They don't follow that fucking girl. They see clips and shit here and there on it, you know, in their algorithm, but they ain't fucking avid followers where they could tell you day to day what she posts, where she at, what she got going on her tour schedule, what movie she about to be in. They don't fucking know. But yet quick as hell because of them being such an admirer, such a fan, such
I
a
feel like,
supporter.
well, I think, hey,
Hey,
hey, Verse,
homebody.
it's homebody. I think that what's gonna happen is kind of the same thing that happened with Brandy. Like, I think that
Oh, that's another good example, child. Baby.
I
Example.
think that they are going to figure out how to put him away. And I'm not saying put him away like put him down, but it's like, child, like I don't even know. Like I think that the same representatives that represented Brandy, that represent Beyonce, like they're gonna figure out how to make everyone forget about this guy. And that's the thing.
Well, that's gonna be impossible, really, because the thing that DDG got working on his side is that like his following is literally based upon a following. This is why Nicki Minaj has been able to surpass even being like she's been able to survive despite being blackballed from the quote unquote industry. Because when you have people that have carved out an independent following, even the machine against you, all it can do is keep you out of the spaces that the machine created, but it really can't keep you from being out here. And because he is a public figure who has a large following as a result of being a live streamer, like I mean, he's going to be fine in terms of being able to exist and be relevant. The same way that DJ Academic still is, the same way that Nicki Minaj still is, the same way that Shannon Sharp will be. Like, it's social media has given people access to transcendence. So now they can actually kind of go toe to toe with the machine. Before social media, everything was gate kept through the machine. Now, because of social media, people are the gatekeepers themselves. And that's why people
And
don't care
guess what?
about being canceled. That's why people will say and do any fucking thing. They don't give a fuck because you can't cancel them. They are uncancelable because they have carved out their own identity. They carved out their
Always
own
a safe
following,
one.
their own visibility. They have independent sponsors. They're part of
I
independent
disagree
media,
with that
so
a
they can
little
get.
bit.
I mean, it's not a belief system. We literally are watching the survivalness of it all in real time. Nicki Minaj brags about this all the time. Like, she says "fuck you" to the whole industry all the time, and she lets it be known. I'm here, bitch, because of the barbs. I don't give a fuck about what you hoes say about me. I don't give a fuck what y'all think about my husband. I don't care about y'all not recognizing me at the Grammys because the number is still a number. I'm still breaking records. I'm still out selling tours. Y'all can blackball me down to the ground. People are literally bragging about the way that social media and their independent followings have helped them to have a certain level of shieldedness. Chris Brown is another example. They have Chris Brown couldn't be more blackballed, and yet the nigga is still completely relevant, selling out arenas, breaking charts, doing streams, like, because there's no real such thing as being canceled
I don't
anymore.
think that Chris Brown and Nicki Minaj are in the same like conversation as that like Halle Bailey and DDG. Um, I mean,
They
if
are
you
in the same conversation in terms of your sentiments around him being put away. I mean, he can only he can only be kept out of spaces that other people are controlling. But what I'm acknowledging is that, to DDG's point, he is an independent artist and public figure, and he makes his bread based upon him getting in front of that camera, not based upon Jay-Z greenlighting him to perform at the Super Bowl, not based upon whether the Grammys will nominate his song this year. He is a live streamer. That puts him in an entirely different category that allows him to survive whatever frontward assaults are at his so-called public image. And considering that he's one
Yep.
of the top 15 live streamers in the fucking country, like, how many times has Kaisa not been fucking canceled and not canceled? Like, all these people that have been
That's what I'm
canceled
gonna
15 times over. And we already knew from the jump anyway that there was no such thing as cancel culture. So what do you mean by, like, when you say put him down or put him aside, like, what does that look like for you?
so I think that for like people like Chris Brown, it's different from DDG because I think Chris Brown has fans, but it's not in the same area that Chris Brown wanted to be received in. So Chris Brown wanted to like be like on stages, and he can't get on stages for certain reasons. And we don't have to revisit that reason, but
Chris Brown has said he does not give a fuck, homebody. He says he don't fuck with American media. He don't give a fuck to perform for none of those spaces. He gets invited to do those spaces as well and turns down those opportunities. He recently turned down some shit he was supposed to perform at for the American people. He's actually also turning down shit because he don't fuck with American media. But just offer him, like, what do you mean by DDG being sat down? Like, explain that. Like, what does that look like to you? Him being quote unquote sat down or unseen or put away or whatever canceled look like for DDG.
yeah, so for DDG, I think that what it would look like for him is that he has more exposure because he's connected to Halle. And I don't think that Halle's value is going to go down at all. And I think for him, I personally, maybe other people do, I personally don't know anything about him without Halle. And so his music, I can't even name you a DDG song. I can only maybe name
You
you
do know that
people
there are
he's
plenty of
been
people who
associated, huh?
you do know. I mean, like, babes,
I was saying, so I can
like you're talking
only,
about you're talking about an individual preference thing. You do know that there are people who don't know who the fuck Haley is and can't name one Haley song either. I mean, it ain't like she's out here blowing the charts apart. I mean, her music barely cracks like her sister's music barely cracks. All of their singles and albums have been underwhelming and largely underserved and have largely been criticized as falling flat of anticipation of
Yeah,
said.
for homebody, I think I'm discerning, I'm interpreting that you were saying, because you use Brandy as like an example. Them putting him down is like almost like basically saying trying to ruin his career so that he doesn't have the visibility anymore.
so like for the like example of the Brandy, I think that like she, no matter how you want to slice it, I think that Halle has more of support, I guess, behind her than DDG does.
Yeah, so I'm talking about a 6-time Grammy nominated, not a 6-time Grammy winner. And we have seen people actually win Grammys who we've never even seen again in history.
We how,
Oh, the
how about
Grammys, the Grammys is a fucking joke. There are people who have literally won Grammys who nobody
that
even
we've
knew.
never heard of,
Right? People are like, who the
that we've
fuck?
never heard of. Yeah,
The
yeah.
Grammys is not a flex, my love. But go ahead, homebody. Sorry to interrupt. Brandy.
No, you're good. No, you're good. So I guess like in the topic with like DDG and Halle, I guess what I guess my thoughts are on it is that I think that Halle's family and her support system that's behind her has a way of kind of hurting him. I guess hurting him and making him kind of like be silenced, I guess.
Yeah, I just don't see. I mean, if I'm, because I still don't have a clear, I don't think me and Conscious still have a clear understanding of what you mean with assuming. So I'm just go with what I'm assuming you're saying. And for me, I understand. Like, I'm glad you stated that. Like, you really don't know anything about him. You don't watch his streams or anything of that nature. So you don't really know how big of a streamer he is. Which is to what Conscious was trying to convey in saying that social media has given independence to artists, content creators, that where they don't you know what I'm saying, they don't have a machine behind them. No, they actually have the hearts of the people. They have the supports of the people. And one thing for certain, two things for sure, just like Sierra with Future, no matter how they move on, it's nothing that they can do to erase this man's existence. Even if he should, unfortunately, I don't want to wish this on whatever, but if something should unfortunately happen to him where this man's time is cut short, his name is going to forever be attached to hers. So because his name is going to forever be attached to her, the visibility part, I guess, of what you're trying to say is it really is not going to matter because his name is forever attached to her. But her visibility really is no bigger than his visibility. You know what I mean? And in that younger generation, they're not like the middle age, you know what I'm saying, and things of that nature. Like a lot of them don't give two shits. They'll get caught up in it, but it's just salacious gossip and talk. They're not invested the way that we will be invested. You know what I mean? Because They don't, these are the people that participate in living that life. You know what I'm saying? For them, it's normal. So they're not, even for the ones
Yeah.
that may feel, the minority that may feel like this ain't cool, F him, this and third, guess what? They're going to still run to his lives, even if it's just to troll his ass, which keeps money in his pockets. So his visibility is not going to die down. This is not going to, like the way people would think is going to hurt him, other than him possibly, if she was pressing charges to have him arrested or something of that magnitude. This is not going to really injure his career, and his reputation is not going to really shatter it, because he already has a fucked up reputation, and he's still making the numbers, therefore making the bag. He's not lose. This is not going to affect him the way that it would traditionally affect someone that does actually have a machine behind them. Things are just not the same. That's what Conscious was trying to convey to you.
Yeah, and I hear you. And I think that we're kind of saying the similar thing, because I think that if you really want to look at like who is the bigger star or celebrity, quote unquote, and who has the bigger influence, I don't think it's going to be DDG at the end of the day.
No, this is what we are saying. We're differentiating between mainstream and independence. So the same people that makes the mainstream, who helps make the mainstream big? The people. So he has more of a direct contact and influence than Halle will, because usually when the machine is the one that's backing you, they're the ones, we see that in some cases it's not always successful, but those are the ones that usually put the muzzle on you, keep you from being your true self. And you know what I'm saying? They're the ones that's why people can't let go of the whole Little Mermaid reference when it comes to her, because the machine wanted that to be out there in order for her to remain a Disney favorite, or possibility for the next films. That was a whole image control. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. But you don't have DDG. Don't have those restraints.
Right.
So,
And so he's able to kind of move more freely than she
yeah,
is able to.
and so the people have
Is that
more.
what
That's
I
the thing.
understand you're saying?
Yes, and people have more of an opinion. Like, people have assumptions about who Halle is, but people, even though some of their assumptions about who DDG is coming from just because they don't know who Halle is, or they're ignoring who Halle says she is. So he's branded as a toxic young, streamer and things of that nature. But when it's all said and
And
done,
she can't. And you know what? Now that like I'm listening, like Halle can't even move and be who like she really wants to be, without worrying about like what contract she's under and
Y'all
things
hear
like
how
that.
heavy this fucking chain is?
Huh?
Heavy.
What's that?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
looking
What's
like
that?
junkyard dog
I
from
missed it.
WWF.
It's the
But you get
Beyonce
that?
hair waving in the wind for me.
Mhm.
And we talking about Halle and Chloe Bailey. Like,
I'm not stressing myself out about MAGA, about Sleepy Joe and Kamala, about
everything. You need some
DDG and
twins, some
Haley, about
wins.
baby. Y'all gonna blow y'all blood vessels over all of this before I do.
Yeah, no, we're not blowing any blood vessels. We're just talking.
Oh man.
No, because some of these people, I didn't even look at the chat, but I based upon Conscious reads and his
But you know what
responses
though?
or
It
whatever.
is a lot of big mouth ass people in the chat who refuse to be big mouth on the StreamYard link. And I want people like I kind of feel away because I feel like I cultivate a space of badass bitches and badass niggas. And I don't like when people play pussy in the chat and can't come up here and really talk their shit and stand on business. Because I feel like it's really a poor reflection of me who always get up here and stand on business. I feel like I raise and nurture a community of very emboldened ass people, baby, who run toward the burning house. So I don't know why it's all of the like fair speaking and or like
I fucking love you, Conscious, because you always
or pro DDG folk on the platform. And where all the Halle supporters? I done dropped the link 100 times. We done been up here I can't even believe it's been 3 hours. I feel like I just got up here. Why nobody who caping and capping supporting Haley? Are y'all scared? I don't understand. Like, y'all intimidated over a commentary. It ain't been nothing but the real badass bitches who done hit the link, baby. But all these folks caping for Haley, baby. I mean, I don't know whether they got Disney energy. It's giving very much so, Cartoon Network energy, girl. Like, where are why nobody don't want to come up here and really pop off? Why nobody don't want to get into it? Why nobody want to take their claim, honey? Y'all wasting 17 characters when
You know
people
what?
ain't even looked at the chat not one damn time. So who you speaking to in the chat? Come up here and get your talk on.
They don't want to see their metaphor. They don't want to see their transformation. Conscious. One thing I can say, even with people that be disagreeing, you cannot tell me not one live that you've had that where we have not shared the panel space together, and we have not. I mean, it may have taken hours, but we have damn sure changed people's perspective. Not even trying to, and that's for me. I don't want nobody to just be like, okay, you right, this and the
Oh,
third.
yes,
I want to have opposing conversation, and I want to, like, you know what I'm saying, like, I want people to stand on business on what they believe, but I just want people to have an open mind. Like, for me, I feel like both of these individuals have participated in domestic violence. I do. But I don't think that this woman is innocent. I don't think this young lady is innocent. And I'm just missing when we had elders in our community to really hold our fucking feet, even if it was behind closed fucking doors. Bring our ass, sit our ass the fuck down and get to business. What the hell is wrong with you? That's what I need somebody to grab Haley and fucking shake the shit out of her. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Here's the thing. Here's where my issue is, Arumas and Homebody. It's funny how the chat is calling the panel like biased toward DDG, but this is what's fascinating. You see how quick people are to run to take Haley's narrative at face value, right? But these are the same people who, when DDG came with his narratives, they didn't want to hear it. That's how I know folk picking and choosing.
Mm-hmm.
They won't even. And then they claim other people being biased. But when DDG had been making his claims, when he been crying aloud, when he been making his sentiments, same people ain't want to be bothered. They only want to uphold Haley. And either that is out of, I don't know whether that's out of misandry. I don't know whether it's out of, to your point, the public image of Haley, and people, it's just easy for people to believe she's virtuous. She's a virgin. She had Halo as an immaculate conception. The Holy Spirit came to her window and told her she'd be pregnant in 7 days, like the Dylan and the ring did. Maybe all of that good marketing, that's why there is a social bias, but the same folk, baby, was not here. Since they so non-biased, they ain't want nothing to do with DD&G's claims. Oh no, that's irrelevant. It's a lie. He's lying on her. But run to just take her side of events at face value, girl. That's the bullshit of it all.
You know what I be wondering? I be wondering if some of these people have children, and if they have children that are adult sons, and if they're adult sons, if they have had this experience, and were they the type of mothers that said, son, she's a mother, she's going through something, son, it's okay, don't worry about the kids, son. Like, I'm really curious, what have their experiences been when it comes to their own adult sons that experience toxic ass women in relationships, that they, unfortunately, because in situations like this, I do feel like it's super unfortunate when people have children, including myself, have children with toxic ass individuals. But I ain't gonna sit back and just bash this young man when I know she's playing a part in this toxicity. I don't know why y'all just want it to be.
And that's according to him. So why is it not okay to believe them both? He's made allegations that she's toxic. She's made allegation that he's toxic. So we can just easily extract that more than likely they both are fucking toxic as fuck. They just toxic in different ways. They gaslight each other in different ways because Chloe is more because Halle more introverted.
How old? And I
Because
don't
Halle
know
is
this
more
off the top
introverted.
of my head.
Because Halle is more introverted, you're not gonna see
Right.
her utilize the same tactics that DDD do, but they both made accusations. So if we're really being fair, they both can be deemed as equally toxic. They both have made those allegations now officially. He made those allegations per social media. She's made them per the courts. And now we hear with two people who have made claims that they both are difficult, they both are territorial, they both are toxic, they both are just being unreasonable and being low vibrational as people in the situation. They both have.
You're right. CTV. So you said like maybe because Halle is more introverted, like people
We
can't
don't
see it.
know
And
if he has put hold on, boo. We don't know if he has put pause on her or not. She doesn't even have a police report to substantiate that. She caught the police on him as a result of throwing her phone out of the window, but not putting her face to a steering wheel. So all she has is pictures. We don't know whether those bruises are self-inflicted. We don't know whether those bruises are from Halo squeezing and thinking that his mama's arm was her titty and trying to get his milk from her. But we don't know what the fuck it is. We just got images along with the narrative. The same, once again, play that Keke Palmer when she needed custody and to get ahead of her baby daddy. So
I don't even know how old Halle is. Do we know?
Huh?
I don't even know how old Halle is. Does anyone know how old Halle is specifically?
I don't know, child.
I don't even know. I
Both
can't
of
even
them
tell
old
you.
enough. Both of them old enough to be doing fucking better than what they do, especially given the level of their tax bracket that both of their asses are in, honey. All we see is a bunch of screenshots. I don't know. I'm not claiming to know what they mean. Y'all were the ones who were there. Y'all were the ones who were in the house when DDG had broke in. Y'all were the ones who was in the car when DDG slammed her head to the stairs. I ain't claiming to be the person who was there. Those are y'all's assertions. All I see is pictures, and I see a narrative in an attempt to get custody of a child because she wants to be in Italy for 2 months without interruption. Okay? So it's up to DDG to propose his evidence and his arguments and to contest that accordingly. And when I see both sides and see how this thing go, for me, that'll add, a bit more grit. But yeah, we're hearing one side of a story. And once again, I'm not going down the Keke Palmer Darius road. I'm done with it. So I want to see both sides, and I'm here to see what the fuck takes place. And that's it, and that's all. And if y'all want to run to if DVD is already guilty, to some of y'all, he already guilty. They ain't gonna do with me. I don't give a damn. But for me, I need to see, and I'm going to see both sides. Yeah. Homebody, you was finna say something, and then I want to get Rashonda in here.
No, I was just asking because I don't know these people's ages, so I don't know, like, because when you're young, like, you're just kind of going through the motions and things. Like, I'm almost 40, so I really do not know Halle's age. Like, does anyone know?
Bailey is age. She's 25.
See,
and she's an Aries.
See,
is 27, so he's only 2 years older than her.
Oh my God. We're talking about 20-year-old people's business. Okay. See, so now like I guess like, oh my God. Like, you can't.
Oh my God. Wait a minute, y'all. Oh shit. The street committee,
you
baby.
You gotta give them grace and mercy and pray for them. And
this shit. Oh my God. Wait a minute, y'all. Y'all about to gag. If this is what people say that it is, this is a gag, and this is exactly why, bitch, I'm gonna hold my mule. Hold on. Because there is a clip that's going viral right now. hold on. Shout out to the street committee. Y'all always keeping me up on things and the things. And I may have to come back and compile all this into one since we done been up here so long. Wait a minute, y'all. So people are saying that Haley, once again, this is why Haley, hold on. So people are saying that Haley chipped her tooth while brushing her teeth. She must have forgot, apparently, that she went live to speak about this prior to whenever she filed this paperwork against DDG. So this is the clip that's going around right now of Haley admitting that she chipped her tooth while brushing her teeth. So check
See,
this.
that's why we
Hold on. Let's just check it out.
But I'm going for my regular cleaning, and also because I chipped my tooth, and I'm just a little nervous. Guys, like, I've always been a little scared of the dentist, but I'm going for my regular cleaning, and also because I chipped my tooth, and...
Okay, so she doesn't say she chipped her tooth like the caption says on a toothbrush, but she says, I chipped my tooth. So,
I'm going to say a very unpopular opinion.
Hold on for 1 second. Hold on for a minute. Because I want to show y'all. Oh, okay. So the email actually says, she says, I chipped my tooth and had no bruises. Okay. So, girl, people done put the timeline together. People done put the timeline together and done went and found what the hell she was talking about and doing at the time she claimed that this incident took place, and they done found her talking about the chipped tooth and going to the well. So look. Go ahead, homebody.
See, so my question is this. So did Chloe and Halle's parents just raise them as kids and then they didn't give a fuck anymore? Like, after they made their 10, 15, 20% and made their money, they just didn't care anymore? Because where are you guys? You got Chloe running around with Burna Boy, and he cheated on her like within a few weeks. And he was running around in Nigeria or wherever he's from, in Kenya, Nigeria. Girl, I don't know. I don't follow him. But like, he was running around with a new bitch after her. So and then now, like, Halle is pregnant with like some SoundCloud rapper. Yo, oh my God. So did the parents just like raise them, make them stars, collect their percent, and then leave? Like, that's so...
Well, let's be fair. Let's be fair, homebody. Let's be fair. Like, they are adults. No matter, like, no matter how much good values, good, conversations they've had, not even in the past of raising them, and even presently today, they can't control who and dictate who their children can be with. You know what I mean? And the reality is, it goes back to, again, public perception. A lot of times, people
No, I
in
don't think it's
Hollywood.
public perception,
It
rumors.
is. This is what
I
I'm about.
think
This is what I'm about.
what it is, it's like, I wonder, like, because you can be raised, and then it's like, I guess maybe I'm thinking and about it, like, where's their self-worth at right now?
But this is what I'm trying to explain to you, convey to you. Like, some people don't have an issue with dating down. When you're like, you have to realize there are people that are in those spaces, Hollywood and things of that nature. They're in those spaces and they see what we don't see. And maybe for them, the alternative of a Burna Boy and a DDG may not be as horrible or even horrible at all compared to what they do, you know what I'm saying? What we don't see, they have access to. And then the flip side to that is, we know, and through experience and percentage wise, most people that have a quote unquote wholesome background tend to be attracted to those that are opposite of themselves, because what they secretly want to do is live vicariously through their mate's life. Again, I use Whitney and Bobby because that is a prime example. Everybody saw her as America's sweetheart. That is the image that the machine pushed behind her, and because of public perception, this is what people adapted to and did not want to solidify her in her true authentic self. People were appalled. People, like, they just could not see. And it's the same thing, keeping it 100. It is the same thing when it comes to Halle. And it was like that at one point when it came to Chloe. Chloe said she didn't give a fuck. She was going to just live her life or whatever. But people were unable to detach that goody girl, cookie cutter, wholesome image from Halle because she was still signed and attached to Disney. So people, and then because she's soft spoken, people have these theories and this made up perception in their mind. But it's not even a made up perception on their part, but what has been projected. Y'all act like TV and the radio and things, even social media, does not program, has a psychological effect where it programs us to seeing people one way, and people have a hard time detaching that from them. They don't want to see her as a real everyday human being, which is what Halle is. She has some healing to do, some shadow work and things. She needs to seek medical attention to have some, get that regulated within her and all of that so that she can be healthy. However, she's still ultimately, in my opinion, Halle's a hood chick. She may be the hood chick that from the suburbs that came and trickled down to the hood. You know what I'm saying? Like the chick Nunu from ATL. Just, you know what I'm saying, no matter what
Yeah.
you want, like, no,
Uh-huh.
because but those are real life people. Like, we don't acknowledge that enough, that is a real life thing where they don't want the square boyfriend. Conscious, you had a great example of the guy that came to the play. Like, it's a lot of people that don't want the squares. Look how people drag Russell Wilson for being a fucking good cookie cutter type of guy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the irony of that is everybody, they crack jokes on him, crack jokes on Sierra. Oh, you got him, da 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 da. But remember when Sierra was with, oh, you on mute. When Sierra was with Future, because Sierra definitely had some duds on her team before Russell. Okay,
Mhm.
everybody was appalled.
Wow, wow.
Everybody,
Future.
yeah, everybody was appalled because they saw she's such a cookie cutter girl. Like, even though she did how she danced, all that, people still, when they saw that personality, she's soft spoken, she's cutie whatever. And then when she finally gets her a square, what I don't even consider the man a square, but what they call a square, when she finally gets one, then they're troll. I mean, they do get a lot of celebration too. You know what I'm saying? But they're heavily trolled for, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, being squares. So I can understand to a certain
And why we
degree.
can't never talk about it, Romans? Why all this homophobic, transphobic shit happens? Why all of this anti-black shit happens, and then we can't never talk about it because all of a sudden the community want to act like, oh, none of those things exist conveniently now. All of a sudden,
Hmm.
none of those things exist. Bad baby mamas don't exist when it's possibly a bad baby mama who's on the receiving end of scrutiny. All of a sudden, bad baby daddies don't exist. All of a sudden, when it's a bad, like, why all of a sudden we have this the different holistic view of the black community, and then all these things just start to fade to black. As long as natural born black women can be the victims, that's okay. Black trans women can't be the victims
You know
anymore.
what I noticed that is
Black
interesting
straight
too?
men can be the victims, but black women can't be the it's always this convenience. Everybody likes to pull it in,
You know
and
what
all of a sudden the black
I
community
noticed?
becomes void of all of this nuance that we're here discussing. Why? I notice that all the time. That's why I'm
Because
going to be
people because people are lazy and they don't want to do the work because they don't want to self correct,
And
and people have become.
it's also black people and African Americans, our culture that like is kind of, I guess, hard on them, because I feel like when you look at Chloe and Halle and they are at award shows and they go to other spaces, they don't really put them down as hard as we do. So I guess like that's something that like kind of stands out too. Because I don't know if it's as much of a problem for white people in those spaces as much as we might make it a problem. So
I'm so
I don't
confused with
know
what
if that
you're
makes
saying.
sense.
Homebody, I love you, but I promise you to God, I'm so fucking confused as to what you're saying. Can you please elaborate a little bit more? Because I'm confused.
Yeah, so I feel like so I guess like my personal criticism for them um is just me being black and just kind of I follow a lot of black artists, black actresses, and stuff like that. And so I don't know if like
I'm
people,
sorry. I'm
huh?
sorry, homebody. Are you looking at Conscious on the screen? Conscious look like he pooching on through in his fucking thoughts.
I
Oh,
wanna,
I'm not. Hold
I
on.
wanna,
Let me look at the screen. Wait a minute.
I'm a cam down.
He don't care if though Conscious really was looking like he was pooching on through in his fucking thoughts, man.
I was counting sheep.
No. So I guess like it's kind of like um when there are black artists, like we use the example of Brandy like a while ago. And so like Brandy used to have more criticism in black spaces than she did like in, I guess, white spaces. And so I don't know if Chloe and Halle are also kind of going through like the same thing. Like maybe um they have like a certain standard that they have to live up to,
Of course,
um as opposed to I guess when they're dealing or like working with people who are, I guess, I don't know.
that much is clear. La Charles, bring your ass up here.
What's
Like
that?
Hey,
what?
hey, Rashonda.
La Charles, La Charles,
Hey.
come up here. Like, make it make sense. Like, the pro DDG crew is open. Like, they're reasonable. Like, the pro in the middle crew, the pro, they gonna be good parents and hear both sides before they rush to conclusions. People, like, they reasonable folk. I don't understand why y'all are limiting yourselves to the chat. Like, it's giving everything that rumor said, girl. That some of y'all know y'all gonna see the light, and that ain't what y'all want to do. Y'all feel like y'all can control the narrative as long as y'all in that chat, baby. Y'all ain't gotta really be dealt with. Y'all ain't really gotta put cerebral on. Y'all ain't gotta really deal with the facts, baby. It is given, baby. Okay, that y'all can't contend, honey. Okay, y'all can't graduate. The plastic because y'all at paper. So y'all need to make that quantum leap. The people up here are reasonable. Why is the pro Haley crew limited and bound to the chat? I don't understand. I don't get it. Hey, Rashonda, go ahead and sound off, boo. I'm just trying to give time for the pro Haley crew to come up here and make it make sense. Like, come talk to the people, honey. Like, come get into the discussion. Go ahead, Rashonda, pop off, boo. And happy birthday.
Hey, thank you. I want to say I love all of y'all. Thank you for having me on the panel. I had a great
Hey,
birthday.
Rashonda.
You
I had a great birthday. I actually got my birthday wish.
What was
That's the
that?
first time. I
What was
actually
that?
went out to eat, and I'm going to go see a movie.
Come on, movie.
Yes,
Hey,
I was happy. OMG.
I love that for you.
The love and support, you have
Yeah,
no idea from y'all, and y'all just been loving on me. Thank y'all. I
you
really
deserve it, boo.
appreciate it. I
You
thank
deserve my
y'all.
love.
Now, what I have to say is that toxic people love toxic people. Broken people like broken people.
Oh, you trying to stir it up. Stir it up.
And see, here's the thing. I know because I'm one of them.
A recovering crash out.
Right. So, I noticed like every time, I go places and stuff like that, people just sit down and just start talking to me about any and everything. And what I'm saying is when you have a good heart and you have empathy, you attract those type of people. But let me say this about Haley. Haley, from the get-go, it's like she planned this. Think about what I'm saying. You notice when she found out she was pregnant, she hid it from the public. That's because she didn't want nobody to know. Okay?
She decided that it wasn't our damn business.
And all of a sudden now you want to come to the public and want the public to kind of rescue you.
Well, technically she didn't. She went to the courts and whoever put it out from there. It could have been her team. She could have slid it to the media. Her team could have slid it to the media, or either the media was meeting, but she did, to her point, she didn't go to social media. She went to the courts to have.
But I'm saying that for a reason. What I'm telling you, I saw some stuff that y'all don't know I saw. Like, for instance, she used her son. She would get on social media with her son and act like she was in love with this guy. Okay, kissing all on him and stuff like that. I saw this myself. Okay, on Instagram and everything else. And all of a sudden now he's doing
all of y'all pro DDG folk are just triggering up the chat so bad, baby. Y'all got folk in a chokehold. Child, they can't take y'all tonight. They cannot take in the middle crew. The want to hear both sides, like good responsible people crew, baby. We are a trigger right now, y'all. Go ahead.
See, I actually saw this stuff. You see what I'm saying?
I didn't even realize it was DDG supporters in the chat.
I actually saw this stuff where he was telling her I love you. He was grabbing her by the waist and different things like this, saying he loved her and I want to be with you. This is before all this stuff happened now, y'all. Now when they got where they got to be toxic and all this stuff, now he's all kind of this and that. You see what I'm saying? And now she's trying to say, oh, he doing this to me then and doing that to me. But here's the thing. I want to tell people again, I done said this 100 times, be careful who you procreate with. Be careful who you have children with. Because guess what? That's a lifelong sentence. Y'all don't understand. Y'all is raising Freddie Chucky. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't mean to laugh. But y'all are raising children that's gonna end up just like y'all.
Am I the only person in the chat who's like afraid to have kids?
No.
Like,
no.
I am almost I'll be 39 in July, but like I am afraid to like have a child. Like, cause that's such a big commitment. And I understand what you're saying, Miss Rashonda. And it's like what the hell? Like, how do you know if you're having a child with the right person or not?
You
like,
can't. These are things that you can't know. As much as we talk about having the right child, but I think what Shonda is saying is like in some instances there are like clear signs that this person should not be qualified to be a procreator and or should not be, dubbed a lover or partner. In other situations, you don't know until you know. But considering the fact to the public's point, people tried to sound off to her about DDG and what they thought of him at the time when they started dating, because Ruby Rose had put out allegations, I guess, that he had abused her in some way. People were like sounding off. And even when he allegedly cheated, even though he said he didn't, but him and Haley was just having a moment and he was just being petty and he had text or threatened to text Ruby or whatever it was. And then apparently they had an understanding about it, but they still let the shit blow up on the internet. And then Haley came back and told us to mind our goddamn business. So you know, for
I
some
can't even.
people,
I think
for,
that's such a
for
weird
some people,
contrast too.
Haley made an informed decision despite previous allegations against DDG, despite her quote unquote being the good girl and him being the bad boy, and she went fully into all of that, and then had the audacity to tell folk to mind their business, and that's why some people are doing just goddamn that, minding their motherfucking business,
But
minding
see,
their.
this is what this is
I
Mm.
what I
want to
want
know
to say,
what
y'all.
LaCharles. I want to know what LaCharles. I want to know what he has to say because baby, I need him to express himself a little bit more, whether he do it in the chat or he come up here. I prefer for him to come up here. But I don't know. I'm confused as to what people find wrong with any of our talking points. Because so far, I really haven't heard anyone come up here and necessarily I've some people spoke to his defense, but I haven't heard anyone come up here and just say this man is a complete innocent party. So I'm confused. Is it this that because we're acknowledging that Haley is a participant, a willing participant, and a strong possibility that she also inflicts her own form of abuse and like bad behaving or bad behavior in this situation? Is that the issue? Like we're not supposed to acknowledge that Haley is a human being, and because hence her being a human being, and because what she said out of her own mouth about her and the type of relationships she engages in, and because of the fact that also couple that with who she's been friends with, Krishan Rock, who we know is all type of like toxic personalities and this like we're not is it are people upset that we're just acknowledging who she says she is and what she's shown us, what little bit we've seen? Is that what the problem is?
You know what, rumors, what I think, um people have this one-sided view of a person. You see what I'm saying? One side of Haley. Um and they're not willing to see that she could be okay, um liking the toxicity, um or she is acknowledging, okay, I like bad boys and stuff like that. um but then at the same time, rumor, she wants to be in a place where she, if something was to occur and this guy or whoever she dates, um you know does something to her, she wants to have backup, per se. You see what I'm saying? So if something happens, it's like she wants to tell her story or create a narrative to where if something happened, she'll have a backup plan. So something can occur to him, because they women do it all the time. Oh, I was mad at him, so I called the popo. Or the guy, he does it. Oh, I'm finna do this and that. You know what I'm saying? Um, what I'm saying is, you do not, I don't care what man or woman, you do not use the child as a weapon. Let me repeat this again. You do not use the child as a weapon. You don't get mad and say, well, I'm gonna just call and say you did this and that. Don't you? Because that's a record. Um, Violence is violence. I don't care
Right.
who
Yeah.
does it. You see what I'm saying? So we as people in the public have to understand, you can't have it both ways. You either want protection or you don't want protection. But it's like the boy who cried wolf. You call the popo so many times, they gonna take both of y'all. You get what I'm saying? Because they're gonna get tired of it. So
But you know what? Maybe that's the reason why she did not call the police per se, and she just went. And like Hunter was saying, you don't really have to contact the police per se and have them like call them out. You can literally
mhm,
just go to the magistrate and do a little police report and go before the judge and get your protection order or restraining order, same difference. You can just get that. It's called a temporary one, or whatever the case
yeah.
may be. I'm curious as to find out if this is temporary or if this is a full fledged. Because if it's temporary,
Of course, it's
I mean, if
temporary.
it's not,
Ain't no restraining orders a permanent, so it's more than likely.
no, I'm talking about. No, you know how you get the initial one is temporary, then you go before the judge, and then they give you, you know what I'm saying, the actual one for a certain amount of time, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm curious, is like has they? What I doubt it, because then he wouldn't have been. So there's got to be temporary, like, you know, the immediate temporary one before you go before the courts and get, you know,
Yeah,
the solidified one. But
but
I
I
said
just
all of
make
that
sure.
to say,
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
huh? I was saying all of that to say that, like, it just seems really, really strange to me, though. Like, I cannot see this as not being strategical. And I want to be clear. And there are situations where you have to be in DV situations where you have to be strategic like this. But I don't, what bothers me is, though, when it's not a situation that requires this extreme, because it
mhm,
doesn't feel like, I don't know, but it just does not feel like to me that this is an extreme situation where that she had to go this route. But I feel like she chose to go this route to get an immediate reaction, and to, so like you guys were saying, she has this trip that she's some work to do for 2 months. Was it in Italy, you said, or Spain, one of them? And it just seems too all convenient. And I think this was done this way in order for her to go with that baby, so that she didn't have to worry about him stopping her from going. I think this was like,
mhm,
I'm gonna be very honest with you. There's part of me that feels like this she did this maliciously, but then there's also letting the pendulum swing the other way. I, I, I'm going to also choose to believe there's a strong possibility that she sought legal action, that she
mhm,
actually sought legal action. And this may have been something that her attorneys advised her to do. She may have given her attorney some information about some, you know, DV incidents between the two of them, but it just all
mhm,
seems very strategic in this moment. And I just think that is really a fucked up situation, because as a DV survivor myself, I just feel like you don't play around with this. You don't play
mhm,
around with DV. And I do know that there are some women that do experience and never make the phone call, never seek, you know, medical attention. Or if they do, they make up lies. Because even letting the pendulum swing both ways. In that video with her talking about the chipped tooth, I said she could have very well been covering up. But that damn chip so damn small. Who the fuck would I would have? Even when you was playing the videos, I'm looking for an actual chipped tooth. That shit ain't. I mean, I get it. She had a little chip tooth for her. She knows that her tongue feels it. It may be possible, but none of us would have ever been the fucking wiser. It's not that noticeable that anybody would be like, what the fuck happened to her tooth? So I'm curious and wondering, was this again all premeditated on her behalf in a strategic way because of what had been transpiring? And I feel like she does tend to want to weaponize, whether it's because she's having separation anxiety or not, but I feel like she weaponizes that baby against him. I'm going on mute so
mhm.
LaShonda, so you can finish talking. I'm sorry, baby.
It's okay, but what I'm saying is, um, my whole point is, why would you get with somebody who you really don't love, create a baby just for that person to cheat on you and end up leaving you? It don't even make a bit of sense. My thing is, she had it made. She didn't have a child. She I feel like she strategically came in and said, well, I'm if I have a baby by this dude, maybe he'll treat me better, or maybe life will be better, maybe he'll love me. It's like she looking for love from somebody
Mm,
who
mhm.
won't give it to her. He
Well, that's a
literally don't really
possibility.
want her.
That's a possibility, LaShonda. But also, I don't think her having a baby came from a place of, you know how some women have children
Like
thinking
a
it's
place
going
of
to.
lack. I think
No,
it
no, no, not
maybe
lack.
it
No, no, no,
did.
no, no, no. Let me finish my thought. Not a place of lack. Some women have babies because they think that baby is going to keep the man there. You know what I mean? Like, and then you have some women that have the fantasy. I don't think this pregnancy was planned. I think that there's a strong possibility that she may have lived in the fantasy world of thinking, okay, we're gonna have this baby. You know, everything is gonna be fine. We're gonna be a couple. Da 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 da. She probably really fantasized, which a lot of Women do. It ain't got shit to do with age. It ain't got shit to do with first time having a child. A lot of women do that. Even myself, my my myself, I've done it. I've said, like, you can, like, who the hell doesn't have get pregnant and don't have a thought of, we see everything from a fantasy point. We don't see the reality. We don't sit back and contemplate the problems that may occur and things of that nature. And then you couple that with someone that is as inexperienced as she is. I can see her falling into the toxic traits that have been. I mean, let's have a real conversation about that. We see that shit every fucking day. Growing up in the 80s, all of us up here of a certain age. Growing up in the 80s, for me in the 90s, I remember seeing single women with babies on their damn hip and with fucking double strollers when they had twins and all type of shit. 2 and 3 kids, one on a nipple, one on a bottle, the other one you got to give a piece of bread. Like, I've seen it all, and never ever did I think or see myself. I didn't do those things. I ain't push no baby. I ain't never carried my kids on no hip. I ain't never push them in no stroller. But regardless of those optics, I never saw myself, despite seeing others. I didn't look at the examples and what had became a phenomenon of single Black women out here, multiple kids, multiple fathers. I never saw that for my life. Guess why? Because at some point, the conversation, going back to what you were asking in reference to her parents' homebody, at some point and at some time, conversations about warnings did not fucking happen. It became a phenomenon to be a fucking single Black motherfucking mother and in trying to hold on to a toxic man, going back and forth. All of this shit became a phenomenon. And it's still going on today, and nobody's having the conversation that me and Conscious have been having, and LaShonda and you have. Now we getting, like, I guess, bashed in the comments. I don't know, but people are rebelling against the conversation that is fucking very much needed.
But let me ask you this: Do you think that this is a situation where she is so used to toxicity that she doesn't know how to release herself or to get out of the situation because she's so used to it?
I think their relationship has now evolved past. We already know they're not together. I don't think that this is I think it's evolved again into the traditional, and I can't stand the term. And when I find myself using it, I cringe. The baby mama, baby daddy, because that's toxic to me. Because I know what comes along with that. Those titles is drama. It's literally drama. And because of that, I don't think that this is a thing where she can get past. Like, if this woman is telling you, I'm what you call it again? I'm not saying using her exact words verbatim, but this woman saying, I like a bad boy. What the fuck is a bad boy? And today's norm, what is a bad boy? She's telling the general public, this is my preference. So if that's her preference, ladies in Conscious, if that's her preference, why would I expect for her to have this healthy ass fucking relationship? Because what the hell is a bad boy?
Somebody who could make crime. Basically, she basically tell you,
was stating that's a bad boy.
Whoever commits crimes and doing the bad stuff they shouldn't be doing, and basically so basically that's what she's saying. Who cheats and who lies and who do all this extra stuff. My thing is,
so if that's Rashonda, so then if that's her preference, why is anybody upset with DDG? I ain't saying he don't need to be checked and corrected, but why are people upset and villainizing him without villainizing her? She's particularly saying, this is the type of man that I like and I want in my life. This is who I want to date. This is who I want to be in a relationship with. Therefore, which means that she's enabling that.
If you take the money out of it, then DDG and Halle would just be like a regular Black couple.
But they are a regular Black couple. That's another thing too, because I think people, again,
but I said if you take the money out of it. So I think, like, the money and the status, like, it's a little bit different. And I feel like this is weird talking about like people who are 20, 25 years old. But like
I
I feel like
don't.
if they weren't famous, this would just be like someone else in your neighborhood that lived down the street from you.
And,
You know
and
what I'm
guess what? I
saying?
talked about their asses too, homebody. If it was my relatives, I talked about their ass too. Age didn't fucking doesn't take away the conversation that's at hand because the reality is, unfortunately, this is very common in 20-year-olds.
And they ain't even grown yet. They not all the way grown. They still in their like they're
I know
babies, but not
Child, I
babies.
know 20-year-olds walking around. I promise you to God, I know 20-year-olds walking around with knots, black eyes, and loose teeth and
Exactly.
everything. And guess what? They will tell you the same thing Helly told the rest of us. Mind your fucking business.
Oh my God.
But then when your teeth get knocked out and your eye get knocked loose, then you want to
And it
run
ain't
and
just
say, well,
and it ain't just the
I think
females
someone
too.
in the comment just said something that's very valid. Tennessee Girl said the public scrutiny is tough for them both. It's tough for them both. And I agree with that. It's very tough for both of them.
But you know what? Because we've had so many situations and examples of toxic young celebrities and couples, and guess what? It's so normalized that they don't even care that the public is aware. Like, it's so strange how I remember, well, then again, we didn't have access to, there wasn't no social media. But I remember before social media, like, people would be afraid, celebrities would be afraid to even have this type of like drama and stuff going on about them. But how you say that word again? When it's sensational, this is sensationalized. That's the word. When the DV, it's no longer like our generations. The generation 10 years behind us, yeah, they may be outraged, and older generation before, they may be outraged. But believe it or not, even them 20-year-olds and some of them 30-year-olds that are frequent followers and supporters of these people, they bucking, they barking, and they saying stuff or whatever. But at the end of the day, guess what? They're gonna still be the fuck there to support them because they live in the same fucking life. Their outrage is not going to be as loud as our outrage. Their disappointment and hurt and shame of it all is not going to be as great and severe as ours because this shit happens on the regular with them. Child, I don't seen some shit that I was like, damn, if when I was this age, I ain't never sit around and fight. Me and my homegirls fighting our boyfriends and shit, and then we all leave to go and fuck and act like ain't never happened and get mad and want to fight the people that tried to help you. And I ain't never seen it like
that
that when
part,
it was my age. But
that
it's
part.
today, it's like that.
But see, when they normalize it, guess what? They turn a blind eye to when, like I said again, it's the boy who cried wolf. And then, cause I seen the lady the other day, y'all, real talk. This hurt my heart. Now, her eye was closed shut, y'all, closed shut. She said, I will get them next time. You gonna get them next time? Your eye closed, lady. So what I'm
Cause she said
saying
she ain't
is,
even her man. Her man,
I
her
said,
man, her
I,
man. She
I
ain't
said,
even.
Lord, this woman gonna fight to there ain't no more fight left in her. She already can't see her eye closed, and she thinking, oh, I got one more chance to give. See, what I'm saying is, women and men let their reproductive systems. It's like that's all they think a person is. And if you don't sit down and spend time and get to know these folks, you don't know if they get their mental state. Y'all don't know how they may come across. You see what I'm saying? You got to really get to know people, because if you have children with these folks, that's your life messed up. Why mess up your life when you don't even know if this person got a sane mind? Do that make any sense? And then
Yeah,
you,
that's true.
some he gon' or she crazy. But it was a saying. A friend of mine said, he said, the men and women don't tell you that, they'll tell you that person crazy, but not understanding they the one who drove them crazy. You get what I'm saying? I done seen people in my hometown, y'all, No lie. This man went up to that girl job and kidnapped her and put it in the car. Guess what? She's not here no more. You got to have some sense, people. Okay? That's your life at the end of the day. But don't take nobody else with you. Some people don't like rejection. You can't get mad because a person tell you no. Okay? You can't get mad because the person, oh, I don't want to be with you no more. I know it's hard to move on because you care, you so-called care about that person. But guess what? At the end of the day, you'll live to see another day. Let me tell you something. I done lived 4 decades. I done seen a lot. 4 decades. I'm 45, okay? I done seen stuff that y'all hadn't even known that was here. You get what I'm saying? So I done seen people get hurt. I done seen people been unalive. I done seen a lot. You see what I'm saying? So I'm telling y'all, DV is not nothing to play with. Okay? You know what I'm saying?
I just want to say this too. I mean, I know like it might be unheard of. A lot of people probably, I don't know, but filing a false protective order is actually illegal. Like because filing a false protective order is actually a thing. It actually happens. That's why the law had to make space to penalize as well when these things happen, because protective orders, restraining orders are wrongfully issued by judges. People do utilize this, this right or privilege to hurt. You can see here, what if the abuser is the one falsely filing for a protective order? It is against the law for anyone to file for a protective order against a spouse or ex-spouse, and these might be the purposes why somebody may in fact file and seek a false protective order for the purpose of harassment, the purpose of intimidation, or to gain advantage or limit the other parent's child visitation rights in divorce or separation pleadings. And all states have their own protocol in terms of how a person can go about undoing this. There are 50 trillion living videos on YouTube and the internet of people telling you what to do if your harasser tries to weaponize the criminal justice system. This happens every day. People get police called on them wrongfully. People get restraining orders on them wrongfully. So
you know, my brother went through this with one of his wives, and well, now ex-wife, and the only thing that was saving grace for him, what she didn't know, when she came to they were at my cousin's house. She popped up out of nowhere when she found out that his girlfriend was there at the house with him and his children, or their children, and she came over there to show her behind, and she did not know that my cousin had cameras. He had hidden cameras in his house. And thank God for the cameras, because she literally came in there and was trying to fight this girl. This girl was not a fighter. She was afraid to fight, and she was trying to leave. And my brother restrained her, which she turned around and she began to fight him. And my brother never struck her back or anything. She actually fell and sprung her foot trying to fight. She went to the courts and said that my brother, she didn't go to the police, she didn't call the police or nothing. She did go to the hospital and found out she had a sprain, but she went to the courts the following day and she got a temporary restraining order against him. And the only thing that my brother could do, thank God again, thank God for the elders. The elders told him, you go to the courts. He called my mom. My mom told him what to do. He went to the courts, and it just so happened that my cousin said, I have the footage. And they were able to present the footage through an attorney, present the footage to the courts. You're absolutely right. The ex-wife had to do a 30-day jail time, and she had to pay a fine. And the court they even offered my brother the opportunity to get a protection order against her, which my brother, he didn't want it. Like, he chose not to do that because he didn't feel like the protection order would not have stopped or caused them not to have, neither one of them to not have visitation rights with the kids. But it just would have just been a back and forth playing with the courts, wasting time and stuff. He said he don't want to do that. But you're absolutely right. They will. That is one thing that you can't do nothing about people that make false allegations when it comes to civil court stuff like that, other than sue them in return. But this is one of the cases where they will penalize you if you have been proven to make false allegations, because you're wasting the court's time.
I think that people forget aromas in tea, like, because I see this come up even when people be talking about police reports. I'm always like, you do realize that a police report is a documented allegation. It doesn't make something true. It's just literally a claim. That's the same approach that a lot of courts take to protective orders. They will initially grant them and allow the accused party to legally respond and contest those claims if the accused party believes that the claims are meritless. So protective orders, even when they're granted, don't necessarily also even imply substance. They're just granted until they are contested, and oftentimes they are contested, and people every year reverse protective orders, reverse restraining orders, get protective orders thrown out, and people are in fact then penalized for filing false police reports, filing fake protective orders. A lot of people don't actually know how the legal system works, and once again, people are also like just completely, I mean, like, they can do this. I mean, the public can do like whatever the fuck they want, but DDG is going to be permitted an opportunity to respond to this. And what I was going to say, because my brain is dying, and hold on, it's done slipped from me.
You don't lost your bill.
Hold on, it done. DDG, restraining orders, frivolous suits, whatever. I don't even know what the fuck I was about to say. But yeah, he will be able to respond to this, and this action is completely reversible. Like, I'm so sorry, judges grant wrongfully issued, like, they wrongfully issue protective orders. Like, people can come into the court with no proof. I've been a victim of a frivolous protective order myself, so I know. And apparently the grounds for a protective order in Ohio, baby, the bar is set to the goddamn floor. Because once again, you cannot know somebody, not have no personal relationship to somebody, and all they can have is a narrative, and a judge, because a judge is a human being, slaps
And
them
I
up
think the
and
only thing
slap.
that
Hold on, y'all, because I'm tired and my continuity is already lacking. Lacks merit, can lack substance and truth and still be granted. And pictures with an allegation is not proof in and of itself, which is why you still got people in the chat talking about they need to see a video. Not even in the chat. I was on the blogs just now. People was like, girl, I'm a hold my mule. People are saying they're going to wait to see video footage, etc., blah, 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 blah. Because once again, a picture of some type of an abrasion does not imply that the person you're accusing of giving you that gave you that. A picture of a chipped tooth and then you assigning someone slamming your face into a steering wheel does not prove that that person in fact was responsible for your chipped tooth. It don't even prove that your face was slammed into a steering wheel. It doesn't prove anything. So because lawsuits, protective orders can be weaponized, this is why the courts allow people the right to respond legally and to contest these orders, because things cannot be true, which is why, once again, there are people who are holding out and are waiting to hear from both sides. And that's just that. Homebody, you were going to say? Homebody, are you there?
Oh yeah, yeah. So like I think too what's gonna be hard for him is that I think that Hallie's team, her family, whomever, her attorneys are gonna make up like whatever to make it look worse for him. I've never seen that child look beat up or hurt or injured or malnourished
I don't think
or
Halo was anything.
anything in any like post because they both post them. I've never seen the child look not taken care of. So I hope it really does work out for them.
He was notified of Marie via social media. He wasn't even officially notified because she also has to get him served the paperwork. So you know, but it's footage of him finding out through social media. So he was live streaming at the time that the news had broke that a restraining order had been granted against him.
Oh, okay.
And once he receives that paperwork, which she can either have the authorities to attempt to serve him the paperwork, or she can have a process server attempt him to serve the paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
And then once he receives the actual paperwork, he will be allocated a window of time to where he can contest this, he can argue this, he can appeal the decision, etc., and go from there. It's also interesting because I don't know how it works state by state, but I know like in South Carolina, once you file a protective order against someone, you typically have to serve them initially as well. So, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
it has to be. It has to be in most states. It does have to. I can tell you, I know at least
Before
6
and
states.
after.
But it has to be. He has to be served for it to even be an active PO. It can't, like, if he doesn't get served, and let's just say hypothetically he was in the same space as her or whatever, he would not be in violation of the law because he was not aware, he wasn't served or whatever. Even with him being saying that he's been notified through social media, he does his defense, if he was in the same space with her, his defense, and the courts will honor it, is because he has not been served, which means just hearing it over social media does not make it true. It's just, an accusation or whatever. But it's been 4 hours for me. I'm
And
just
no,
sending both.
comments in the chat, no, abuse doesn't have to be recorded. The point is, just because somebody claims to be abused doesn't mean they were either. So
Right.
the thing that we have to keep doing is reminding y'all that the pendulum swings both ways. That's something some of y'all don't understand. That's something that some of y'all don't get. Y'all immediately go into accepting things that still have to be potentially investigated, things that still have to be confronted by other things. Just like right now, we have a restraining order fueled by one person's side. We have not heard any data or any rebuttal. We have not seen the argument yet from the other side. And being granted a protective order does not mean that that it being granted in and of itself is because of merit and or substance, which is why the accused party still has the right to contest said granting. And then restraining order can be unrestrained. Protective order can be unprotected. These things can be reversed. Okay, so that's the point that we're making. So yes, there are people who want to be quick to just take the situation at face value and to just assume that DDG is whatever Halle has accused him of. And there are people who are going to see pictures such as screenshots from surveillance, not an actual video, but pictures that have zero context. And the only context you have is whatever narrative she has personally connected to whatever pictures that she is submitting as her quote unquote evidence. So seeing what DDG has to say about this day, what took place that night, and whether he has any evidence to corroborate the latter and all of that is something that will play out if he chooses to challenge said protective order, restraining order, etc.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go
So I
ahead and
was
say good
saying,
night.
hold on, because I'm not. Oh, go ahead.
Good night,
Let me
homebody, and
go
thank you
ahead
for
and say
being up
good
here,
night
boo.
because I have to wake up in like 6 hours
All
for
right,
work.
boo. Thank you for being up here.
But I
All right.
adore
So,
you, CTV. I adore you, Rumors and Rashonda, if she's still there.
Yeah.
I always adore talking to you guys.
all
And
right.
I will catch up with you guys a little bit later
Do people
or
have
on the
Uh,
next live.
cognitive dissonance? I thank you for being up here, homebody.
all right, boo. Love and light.
Chastity just said, "I get that, I understand that," and still asks why we don't believe what she. So you
So
don't get it.
can I address?
You don't get
Can
it. You're not here clearly. Not like you could not have actually heard and then comprehended and then still asked what just got asked. So Chastity, you don't get it, and people can't say it 20 trillion different ways because we're all speaking English, child. So it just is what it is. But go ahead, Rumsey. I mean, you can deal if you want to deal, child. Go ahead.
no? I just because this is my part of my closing statement for the night or the morning. I just want people to consider this. I'm questioning if her allegations, whatever, are true. Um, because for me, I know that when it comes to DV and the perpetuators and also the victims, you don't always get a quick response where people run to the authority, people decide to leave and things of that nature. These things can be a back and forth, type of situation for years. It could go on for years. My question is two parts, and I just want you all that feel like who are basically standing in solidarity with Haley. I want y'all to ask yourself these questions. And you can still stick to what you believe, but ask yourself these questions. One, if the first physical abuse that she's acknowledging was in October, and then the second abuse abusive situation occurred in January. We are now in fucking May. What happened between January and May that you decided that you wanted to go and seek the help from the court to get a protective order? What happened? Because we didn't hear and Conscious didn't read, nor did we hear anywhere in her statement that anything happened between January and May. That doesn't mean that January, if it happened, that doesn't mean January gets dismissed. It doesn't mean October gets dismissed. But why? Because from January now we have February, March, and April. We're now in May. This is 4 months later. What the fuck happened in 3.5 months from then to now that you now seeking a PO? It, for me, this speaks to character. There was nothing stated to what happened from then to now. You seek a protection order in the most convenient time for you to take your ass cross seas with that little boy.
Oh my God.
It seems very ingenuous. It really does. Now, I personally believe that DV has been a part of their relationship. Yes, I do. But I do not feel like he's the antagonist. It doesn't matter for me. He gets held accountable as well because you should never, in my opinion, I know the fuck I have. I used to be out here rocking. I don't give a fuck who you was. But you don't get a pass at some point. I get that they're young people, but it's time for them because they're going to continue to get older. It is time for them to learn the fucking lesson so that they don't have to continue to be repeat offenders and keep this fucking cycle of fucking toxicity rolling. Because guess what? They have a child. Yes, he's young right now. And trust and believe, I want people to understand some things. They're like, he's not going to remember this. This shit is going to be embedded in his motherfucking brain, his spirit, and his fucking soul. He may not never understand. This is why his conscious has mentioned it. I've mentioned it. It's important to know your family's history, the dynamics of your family history, because curses do motherfucking exist, and what we put out in the universe comes back to us. It don't always come back through us, but it always comes back to us. And what they're doing with this child, not just in a psychological way, but in a spiritual way, What they're doing is fucking creating another toxic human being if they don't fucking correct themselves now and change the fucking dynamics of their engagement with each other. It's no reason why the fuck they should not be able to have a fucking healthy co-parent. You're not together anymore. I don't know what the fuck is left other than fucking, if you got feelings of resentment, you still in love with that man. Even if you wasn't in love with that man, you still attached to that person. That's a control thing. Cause there's no reason. You're not together anymore. Move the fuck on. Especially when you're fucking young. But at any age, move the fuck on. Trust and believe there's somebody else out there to fucking entertain yourself with. And it don't have to be for the long haul. Enjoy it for the right now. It's too much out here in the picking. Everything don't have to be your fucking type. Sometimes you just need, if it's just to have a fucking adult contact, don't have to always be sex, whatever that looks like for you. If it's just for that purpose so that you can motherfucking get healed from that past situation, by all means. Even a fucking car got a spare tire. Get you one. Get you a just in motherfucking case. A fucking backup plan. Cause this one ain't working. And anybody that feels like, by me, my talking points and my sentiments being this, then I have to ask you, what do you need to fucking work on to fix your fucking self that you think that this shit is okay and it's fucking normal? That it is okay to sit back and motherfucking police him and motherfucking read him the fuck down, hold his feet to the fucking fire, but not do the same for her. Because guess what? It's DDG today, but tomorrow it could be motherfucking man from down the block. She have a type. It could be motherfucking Soldier Boy. And now we having a whole nother fucking conversation about the same damn thing. So I don't know why anybody would feel some kind of way about any constructive criticism in love. Because ain't none of us said nothing up here about her other than she need to get her shit together. We ain't talking about her aesthetics. We ain't talking about the fucking money she got. We ain't talking about none of that fucking monetary, unnecessary fucking superficial ass shit. We actually talking about something that's going to fucking help her. And yet y'all feel some kind of,
You're talking about the Little Mermaid rumors.
And guess what? The Little Mermaid is about to fucking sink and swim. The Little Mermaid gonna go so far down into the motherfucking gutters of the ocean. Baby, y'all better fucking tell her. I know y'all scared because she told y'all to mind y'all fucking business, but y'all need to fucking step up and let her motherfucking know every time it hit the fucking public, it is our fucking business. And we gonna motherfucking talk about it. We didn't ask to be invited in. And even though you didn't personally, which I don't know if I don't know if she leaked it. I don't know if she got her team to leak it. I don't feel that in her. I don't. But I think she knows that her celebrity is big enough that it would have been leaked. I do believe that. But I want her supporters.
I wouldn't be surprised if her team had leaked it, because in her complaint, she said she's sick of this shit. So she's sick of him blasting her and everything else. Because like I said, DDG is not innocent either. Like, he clearly is immature. We can see the potential for his own emotional immaturity and all of that. So, for all we know, I mean, this could be a fabrication. These could be fabricated screenshots, etc. She could have been home when he took that fucking picture of her room. They could have been on good terms at the time that this was taking place. I mean, he was in her house, for God's sakes. What the narrative? That's why we need DDG to enter into the group chat. I want to hear from DDG what he has to say about each of these allegations. I want to hear, his perspective. For all we know, he may come back and be like, first of all, bitch, Haley was home. Bitch, she was not home. Are you stupid enough to believe that she left her fucking side door open to her multi-million-dollar ass condo or whatever the case may fucking be, that she just left her house accessible with her jewels in it, with her possessions in it, and you think that a side door, could have been accessed, and she's a wealthy person, she's a single, like, we don't know what the fuck he might say, because some of it does sound a little like, really, Haley? Like, you telling me that you was not home and just left your property open, and that's how DDG accessed it? I mean, he was able to just go through the fucking side yard door and slide the screen. And you admit that it was open? You admit that he didn't, that he broke in terms of like, he didn't have consent, but He didn't break in terms of breaking the door down. He slid the door open. Okay. So I'm interested to hear what DDG has to say. I'm interested because what we have are images connected to her narratives. Those narratives are either true or they're not true. DDG is the one who's going to have to fight for, his name, his innocence in the situation. And we will definitely be here to report said situation. But rumors and tea, you already know when people are fans, child, it's a level of delusion. Or when people are projecting from their own trauma and anecdote, it's when people are muddied up by their own emotionality and their own emotional investment into whomever they favor in the situation. It's, child, you almost speaking to a void, to an empty void itself. It's like speaking to the sky.
Well, I just want to be clear, and I'm headed out. I just want to be clear. I'm never taking my foot off of my community's neck. I don't give a flying fuck
Wait,
who agrees, who
Romas,
disagrees.
did you see what Maria said? Maria says, I noticed that Haley's gums were unhealthy. I find that to be surprising and suspicious. I'm going to sleep.
Yeah. It's okay. Listen, I don't mind. They have conspiracy theories of all levels, conscious. Just because it is below my thinking, I'm not going to be offended. I'm not going to be offended, like, because things can be very simple. But I mean, like, I thought her gums were her gums. Like, it's so crazy, like, how people are picking her apart in that way, too, because you low key throwing fucking shade. You're low key throwing shade, and then you're really trying to be serious to try to find something just to make it like this young lady is not a victim in the manner that you guys are trying to portray her and be. She's a victim of her own choosing. That's what the fuck. If she's a victim of anything, it's of her own choosing. I'm not going to be mad at the fucking tiger because some fucking kid decided to put his fucking hand in his fucking mouth and thought the lion wasn't or the tiger wasn't going to be his motherfucking true self. This woman is being herself. She liked this ratchet ass shit. And the only reason why she's saying she's fucking tired, the only reason why she's saying she's tired because things ain't been going her way. I wish there really was somebody of value in her life for her standards of value. I wish there was another bad boy that was interested. Please come save her.
No.
That's my point. She gonna go from a DD.
Stay away from men. Stay away from men. Every woman who has lived over the age of 100 said they did so because they stayed away from men. No bad boys, no side niggas. Just go be in. Just go enjoy a mountain climb, child. Just leave these niggas. So just leave them alone, child. It ain't working out. This is not the era for relationships. This ain't the era for love. People toe up. The age of Aquarius turning people every which way but goddamn loose. Just leave. Just can both sides just go be gay? Like, just go be gay. Leave. It's time for the extinction of heterosexuality, girl. It's time to put heterosexuality on a break. Heterosexuality needs to be on ice right now, girl. It is just not working out well. Leave the heterosexual shit alone, child. Can y'all just take heterosexuality out of that?
No. Shit. You don't want. Y'all got enough going on with shit. Y'all. There's just enough going on in that community too. The fuck. We don't need another lips. And the irony of that
baby, we ain't in nobody's custody courts. We ain't got nobody pinned up against the wall. Did y'all hear about that lady who killed her baby daddy? She, with the kids in the car, she ran the baby daddy into the side of the house and pinned the Jeep up against his ass and killed him. The family was beating the hell out of her, snatched her braids all off her scalp. We ain't got them problems, baby. We got problems. We ain't got them problems, baby. Okay, we talking about the lesser of two evils. Okay, just go be gay, go be lesbian women, baby. Okay, mitigate your discomfort, or just get you some.
How about just be by yourself? How about just be by yourself? It's enough toys, lubricant, and everything. Yeah, like.
Yes, it ain't even that.
Look at this. When you really look, and I keep saying I'm about to leave, but I told you be holding me hostage. It's like when you look at the bigger picture, Like, it's really not. It don't never be worth it because you're going to always find a pussy or a dick that feels just as good as the last one before. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can always teach a nigga how to cuddle with you. You know what I mean? You can always, sit around the house and do whatever, or go out or whatever. Like, it don't have to be this individual. Because this not working, sis, and bruh, this ain't working. It's not working. Try something different. Take your toe and, like, just, you know what I'm saying, dip your toe a little bit in the other pond. You might like it.
Stay
You
up
might like
on
it. It may be the saving grace, but I'm gone. I love y'all.
Stay up, Aromas. I gotta call you because I gotta tell you something. So stay by your phone. I'm gonna call you. I wrap this live up.
All right. Good night, Rashonda.
All right, boo.
Good night, Paul.
Good night.
Rashonda, any parting words, boo? I'm about to fall dead.
I already know.
I got a
But
fucking headache.
yeah, it's one of those things where we can't normalize abuse. Verbal, whether it's verbal, physical, whether it's mental. Because at the end of the day, people not looking at it as their children. You see what I'm saying? That has to go through this in the end. If you're fighting and arguing around your children, don't you know they see that? Don't you know they gonna become the product of their environment? And I'm gonna say this too, women and men, please, just because you seen your family do it or your mama do it, don't give you the right to mistreat anybody down the line or say, well, I'm just having a bad day. No, abuse is abuse, no matter what it looks like. And again, it's criminal, and you can go to jail for it. Now, if people don't believe it, they're gonna keep doing what they want to do. But at the same time, we warned them. That's on them, because if for real, they not playing out here, y'all. They locking folk club left and right. Y'all see what happened to Smokey Robinson? He 80 years old, finna be 90 something. They don't care how old you is. If they say, that, or the system feel like you didn't abuse this person, they will lock you up. And here's the thing: when it comes to having children, if you're gonna be a product of your environment, don't expect that your child ain't gonna act the same way. You see what I'm saying? Because in the end, they're gonna do what they see. 9 times out of 10, your children don't be like that. It's what they being taught and what they see. Half of these children can't even do their ABCs and 1, 2, 3, but they know how to cuss. They know how to they know how to talk crazy to you. They know how to say mean things to you. Who's teaching them that? The adults.
Sure.
You get what I'm saying? So I just seen something conscious, and I'm a let you go. I just seen something that shook me from the core. They had 2 7-year-olds, a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old, had a standoff with the police, a real police officer. They had the SWAT team out there. Okay, so the daddy in jail. The boy had a pow pow, and he pointed it at the popo, and they was finna get him. They were finna ooh him. So what I'm saying is, everybody wants to not take responsibility. They want the fun and the sex and all this stuff, but they don't get that there's another life you created. What are you gonna do with that life except for hurt them? And it's a repeating cycle. That's all I'm saying. It's like a repeating revolving door. You want your children to be better, but then you sitting up here, ain't nobody gonna touch my child. Ain't nobody gonna bother my child.
It ain't.
And then it's just like the men. Bet nobody better touch my daughter. But you can disrespect women. Make that make sense. So that's what I'm saying in this situation. He 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 trying to keep up with this persona. And see, really people he known, but he not that known. Haley is more so she's known. She's well known. You see what I'm saying? We don't even really hardly know who he was. You know what I'm saying? The only way we know who he is if because of this situation. You see what I'm saying? You got to take care of you. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you get with these partners, one wrong partner, that'll be your life. So we got to do better. We can't make up excuses because at the end of the day, it's your life or theirs. Because what they're doing now, they'll take the whole family out if they can't do rejection. So we gotta stop making excuses for DV abuse of any kind, and that way we can start having a real conversation. But you got people that's really so discombobulated. They don't understand that the dysfunction is not normal. I'm gonna say this again: dysfunction is not normal, and if you like dysfunction, you part of the problem. Stop teaching your children dysfunction because it's gonna keep going. And then you get mad something happened to your children, or they come up, going to jail or something. That's my baby. No, don't say that's my baby. Because your baby's out there doing these crimes and stuff like that to other people. So I love you, Conscious. Thank you for the birthday gift.
Well, and that is a beautiful closing sentiments. And happy birthday to you, my love.
Love
That was
you.
our Shonda. You guys, I agree, y'all. Don't play with DV. Please don't treat that shit like it's story time. Like, people out here losing their fucking life. If you in a real life situation, get the fuck out. And to be honest, y'all, I'm honestly kind of tired of these civil situations. Like, it's time to be locking motherfuckers up, baby, for their deviant ass fucking behavior. So if you in a genuine DV situation, please get real help and hold people's feet truly to the fire and really protect your life and your offspring's life. If you are a liar and you weaponize lies and the judicial system to get your way with people, you're going to hell. Okay? You go to hell. So my conclusion is, girl, DDG, she done called you to the carpet. Now it's time for you to contest this shit. Put your side of the story. Mama DDG says she's sick of this shit, and I assume she's going to be responding alongside DDG, more than likely legally. This is very interesting. So yeah, we'll be keeping up, girl, with the shenanigans of it all, girl. There's just a lot going on with heterosexuality. There's a lot going. Shannon Sharp, Cassie and Diddy, Diddy and every damn body, DDG and Haley, baby. The heterosexuals, girl, got it going on out here down to the courthouse, girl. Can't nobody even get in there for a damn traffic ticket because, baby, y'all got the damn courts all hog the hell up, girl. It's just, girl, it's the rap Chanel. What is really going on? So we're gonna be reporting on the things. We'll see what takes place. You got thumbs up. I feel like a damn Twitch live streamer myself. I've been here all day. I think me and Uda did 3 fucking hours earlier. Then we got on here for fucking almost 5 hours. I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm baked. Girl, this broccoli been done. I'll see you guys later. Show some love to the thumbs up, the shares, all that good shit, child. I'll see y'all at 6 for sure for day 3 of trial. We got other things to get into as well. If I manage to get my ass up before 6, we'll probably do some earlier live streaming, get into some hot topics and some other shit going on. If not, at the very least, I'll see y'all at 6 today. Y'all see how well the cane held up underneath these lights and in this chair? And I still ain't ate. I still have not eaten, and I don't feel like preparing me no motherfucking food. So I gotta figure something out. All right, y'all. Bye.